7 o'clock, we're going to open a public hearing for the Conservation Committee. First on the agenda is going to be the mailing and the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we move the discussion items, the mail orders, and the meeting minutes to the end of tonight's meeting.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mark Greco, aye. Tim Thorne, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, first on the agenda is going to be a public hearing, and it's, okay. Pertaining to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section...
Oh, hold on, we got Mr. Benoit on Zoom.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. Matt Tibbet, Community Development Director. I just wanted to give a little information on the minutes. Apparently, as a commission, you don't have to be present to vote on the minutes. So as a quorum, you can vote on any set of minutes when you are able. So I just wanted to pass that information over.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, pertaining to Mass General Law 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, the Town of Douglas Conservation Committee will hold a public hearing on February 12th, 7 o'clock, a notice of intent to file by Anthony and Megan Fierro, is that correct? Located at 134 U Street for the work done pertaining to the Town of Douglas Wetlands Bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40. The proposed work involves proposed construction of an in-law apartment, two-car garage, upgrades to existing septic systems. Some of the proposed work activities are within a 100-foot buffer zone of an isolated vegetated wetlands protected under the local wetlands bylaw. Public participation will be available by attending the meeting in Town of Douglas Municipal Center located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass., or pertaining to the Governor's March 29th, 2023, or to suspend certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30A, Section 18. The public may participate this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided by the conservation agent posted on the town's website, www.douglas-ma.gov, at least 48 hours prior. Okay, so we are ready.
Ready? Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Margaret Bacon, Allen Engineering, and I'm here with Megan Fierro, the applicant owner of the property at 134 U Street. And what they're proposing is an in-law apartment for her parents. They have an existing house on this large retreat lot that's almost 7 acres off of U Street. That house was built just a couple of years ago. Okay. And then what they'd like to do is build, I have highlighted in yellow, an in-law apartment with a proposed garage and another small garage adjacent to their existing house. We did the wetland delineation a little while ago, and there's an isolated wetland right here in this depression. And it's isolated and it's not regulated under the state regulations, but it's regulated under the town's bylaws. So I have that included there with the 50-foot buffer zone and the 100-foot buffer zone. So a large portion of the work is within the between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I visited the site. This is a project that was previously approved just a few years ago, right, Margaret? Yeah, the house is built, and I have the plans up on screen, but I'd like to share with you some pictures from my site walk as well, and they are, where are they? go. So here's the house. And the wetland is on the right-hand side to the right of that truck, and the area that they want to build in is in this pine grove to the right-hand side. Right in here, they want to go into the woods right here in this area. This is a picture of the isolated land subject to flooding. So it's an isolated wetland that fills up with water to a depth of at least 6 inches and holds a quarter acre foot of water. So that's 10,890 cubic feet of water. I think it's more than that. It was frozen at the time I was there. You could walk on it. Here I am in it, on the ice, looking back towards the house. Again, looking back towards the house from the wetland boundary. This is a picture that Samantha took, and here I am looking at the site plans, checking things out. And there was some string out there, and I was wondering, can you explain that?
Yeah, so when we were originally looking at this and we were trying to figure out where the trees would be taken down to accommodate, so when we had the tree person just come give a quote, he just said, hey, if you can kind of put a string around what you think, I can give you a quote, but that's not a definite. That was just so he could give us a ballpark estimate of what it would cost to take down those trees.
Okay, because I was a little concerned because I took some measurements from the edge of the string, and it was about 30 to 35 feet away from the edge of the isolated land subject to flooding, so that's a little too close.
Okay, and that's fine. Yeah, it was just a general, just for us to get a
Just for general, because
general quote.
that's what I want to make sure of.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Because they're proposing to keep clearing at least 50 feet away. So, just generally what the area looks like. It's a pine, mostly pines. It has some oak in there as well, a few maples. So this picture right here shows the area pretty good where they would like to cut into to put in the garage, the detached garage. Okay. And here we go again with the isolated land subject to flooding on the right-hand side. The area here over on the left is where they'd like to cut in to put the garage. And that should just about do it. Okay. So now we're going to go back to the, where are we? Site plan. There we go. So Article 8, Wetlands, Douglas Wetlands Protection Bylaw, and then Section 10.3 of the Douglas Wetland Protection Regulations requires that residential activity, which this would qualify as, including residential lots and multifamily residential development, that the limit of work or disturbance be at least 25 feet away, so that's what I call the 25-foot no-touch zone. And the limit of building is 50 feet, so that's what I call the 50-foot no-build zone. In this case, all work will occur at least 50 feet away. So the proposed garage is proposed more than 50 feet away, and the disturbance is proposed. It incurs into the 50-foot zone a little bit, but
Yeah, that's
again,
what
the
I'm-
standard, this purple line, it goes into the 50-foot zone a little bit. But the standard is stay at least 25 feet away unless the Conservation Commission believes that even as proposed, it will cause adverse impact to the resource area, and that's up to you to decide. So that's what I have.
Okay.
Can you confirm, Brandon, the limits of the ILSF? Because as I look at the topo, it looks like there's a low area between the ILSF and the proposed driveway.
It's more like a plateau. The flags were all there, and this project was previously approved with a wetland boundary, I think around 3 years ago. Margaret?
When did we build that?
I have the
2022?
Yeah, 2022.
2022, so this is still a valid order of conditions, so.
That's my next question. Do they have a certificate of compliance?
I don't remember seeing one, but it doesn't necessarily preclude them from doing a new NOI.
They shouldn't close out one before they do another one, or no?
It's nice.
It's in the same area.
It's nice. It's not absolutely required, but it's nice.
Now, since this is not under the state regulation,
This is true. This is under the local bylaw only because isolated land subject to flooding does not have a buffer zone under the state law. They could build right up to the edge of it if they wanted to under the Wetlands Protection Act. They're staying 50 feet away because of Article 8. But again, they still require a certificate of compliance under the bylaw regardless. So that's, like I said, it's not absolutely necessary that they get one before moving on to the next step, but if they can do it, that would be nice. It unclouds your deed.
Anything else, Mike?
compliance under the builder, Richard Corbett, certificate of compliance. It's not. You might have done it.
Mike, any questions on it? Jim?
You're showing a garage of 40 feet long by 16 feet wide for a proposed in-law apartment. What is the need for such a large garage?
Actually, the first half of it will be for a car to park, one car, and the second half is going to be for storage. For, as you saw, we have a plow, we have 2 small children with bicycles and ride-on toys, we have the pool with the patio equipment and everything. So right now, my basement is full of stuff, and that second garage stall is full of stuff. My husband hasn't been able to park his truck in the garage since we've moved in. So the back half of it is going to be for us for storage, and the first half will be for one vehicle for the in-law apartment.
Okay, thanks.
And I do know that we have at least one person in the audience that's interested.
Okay. Board's all set, I'm going to go to the audience.
No, go to the audience, that's fine.
Anybody in the audience have any, thing on this?
Probably some questions.
Can you please identify yourself?
Sure, my name is Dennis Drumheller, 118 U Street.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can find that. Thank you. I want to make it clear, I'm not against the in-laws apartment. That's not why I'm here. My main concern is that all the bylaws that are applicable are followed. That's my only 2 cents to this. One of the questions I have for the commission, I hear that there was something previously okayed. I mean, was that within the scope of the bylaws? Because I noticed, I mean, the only reason I'm involved with this is I got a letter to the abutters that said, hey, come on down, something's going on, and I just wanted to know what was going on. So I hear something previously okayed, like it was some sort of issue, but I never saw any notification. So I'm just kind of curious what that previous approval is. It sounds like it's on par with this.
Well, what I think was referenced when they built the house, there was an order of conditions because there was a small corner of it would actually be within the 100-foot buffer zone. And normally you would close that out, but it's, again, it's not a,
Okay.
it will be closed out when this is done, I'm sure, but.
So one of my concerns was, and they did educate me tonight on this, I thought the 100-foot buffer zone was basically a no-build location. So I kind of looked at it and went, well, there's an awful lot of structures within that buffer zone, but as they said tonight, it's the 50-foot end. So from that standpoint, it's fine. Like I said, I'm not against it. I just want to make sure that the bylaws are followed. And the reason I say that, I had a project I tried to do at one point, and the town basically said before I could even file, if I had somewhere else to build it, it's going to be denied. So I said, okay, that's fine. I'm following the bylaws, and I expect, you know, if I get notifications to the abutters, that everyone else follow the bylaws. You know, whether it's conservation or whether it's Wednesdays with some of the stipulations there. The only other question I have, or one of the questions I have, obviously was a formal application, and I got an abutter notice and everything else. And why am I seeing both detached and attached? So my letter says detached, and the one in the packet says attached, and the application says attached. I'm just a little confused on that. What is it? I mean, it's I've seen there was the first iteration of this that had it attached, and my argument was it was a second house. It wasn't an apartment, it was a second house that was.
Yeah, we're here to talk conservation today, though.
I'm sorry?
We're here to talk
Oh,
conservation
no,
today.
no, I'm just in the general
Yeah,
sense.
so basically, yeah, it's a detached in-law apartment and a detached garage, and then there is an attached garage to the existing house.
Okay, so there's another garage going on in the garage that's on the house, basically?
Correct.
Okay, and that's whatever you want to do in that respect. I guess my only argument is this is a formal application, and in two places it says attached, and then my notice says detached, so I don't know if there has to be a correction there, or something's going to change
No, no.
mid-strife, or what?
Not really. The fact that you're here,
Okay, no, I'm just curious, I'm just stating the obvious, like I said, I'm more, it's a fact-finding mission, and like I said, I'm not against the accessory apartment, I just want to see the bylaws followed properly, that's it, and if they are, go for it, I'm not opposed, it's not a problem. Well, anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Do you see the attached part of it they're talking about? It's off the house at the end where the driveway is a...
Well, yeah, I mean, the first iteration had an attached garage right to the accessory apartment, and I thought it was kind of strange that the application says attached, detached.
Well, I think they have both conditions going on, that's why.
Okay, but the formal letter that came to me just says detached, that's the only reason
Okay.
I say that. The notice to a butter says detached, and then the notice to a butters in the packet says attached, and then the application says attached. So I didn't, maybe that's just a fallback to the original, whatever the case might be, so.
That should be detached.
Detached,
Should
okay.
be detached.
Okay, that's fine. So no, and it's like you said, you explained to me the 50, I thought the 100 was a no-build zone. That's where my concern fell into place, and there was just a whole lot of square footage falling in between the 50 and 100, and I thought if that was a no-build, that's kind of an excessive proposition, but now I can,
there are some towns,
okay, no, that's fine, I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
100 is the regulated area, not necessarily the no-build area. It's the
Okay.
regulated area.
That's fine.
That's,
anything within 100 feet requires pre-construction review by the Conservation Commission. Doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be denied. It just needs, because of the proximity to the wetlands, it requires that kind of review.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
and the general standard in Douglas, as I just read, it's 25 feet, don't touch, 50 feet, don't build.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, my critique of the plan is that I would like to see the limit of disturbance a little more clearly outlined. There's a purple dashed line between the drive and the garage and the wetland. I'd like to see that squared off so that we can be assured that there's absolutely no questions about where they're allowed to cut down trees and where they're not allowed to cut down trees, because the buffer zone continues to the east. And so if that could get wrapped around,
Yeah.
Margaret, on both sides, just to the edge of, with the limit of, I mean, to the edge of the buffer zone. So it's perfectly clear where they're allowed to, basically, I want to avoid an open limit of work where there's, well, we cut down trees, but you didn't say we couldn't do it over here because there's no line, you know? I just want there to be a line.
and that line should be close to the fence, the proposed
Yeah.
fence. Can we also request that, you know, the work stay outside the 50-foot buffer? You said it looks like it's inside the 50-foot buffer for a
Only by
little
like
bit.
5 feet, and it's, I think that's reasonable, because if you do it a little too close to the drive, then you're really squeezing the work, and it becomes, in my opinion, it'd be like almost, you know, what's the word? Not inefficient, but it's like, it would be difficult to do it with less room.
Right, but the driveway is 16 feet wide in that area there. Could the driveway be slimmed down a little bit? 16 feet's pretty wide for a driveway, in my opinion.
That's your call. If you feel that the impacts would be adverse to the wetland otherwise, then that's your call.
There's only one section of that, right?
It looks like just where the angle point is in the driveway.
I'll zoom in up on Zoom. So there's a little like triangle right in here where they'll be incurring into the 50-foot buffer zone, right in here.
Which I guess it's 16 feet wide at the garage. It
Right.
doesn't stay 16 feet wide the
Shrinks
whole
down.
way.
12
Should
to
start going the other
16
way.
gradually.
Yeah.
So Margaret, what do you think? You think you could tighten up the limit of work to be right on the 50, or is that impractical?
We can tighten it up.
Okay.
Do you want to have, does it matter to you if we have a uniform 12-foot wide driveway, or do we need that 16 feet?
The only reason I was thinking 16 feet is in the event that my mom's in a wheelchair, and to get her in and out of the
Sure,
car
sure. Yeah,
with a
that's
wheelchair.
a good point.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so let us leave the driveway 16 feet wide, but we can,
But it goes down to 12 at the other end, right, Margaret?
correct.
Yeah, so,
And I'll move the erosion control so it's right on the other side. Contractor will just have to deal with it.
all right. And then on the house, you got a proposed entrance. Is that going on at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm all set.
I would go to the folks on Zoom.
Yeah. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to have any input on this hearing?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, Matthew Benoit, Community Development Director. I just wanted to advise the commission that there is a special permit hearing with the planning board on Wednesday night for the accessory apartment for the use itself. And I believe we're still absent a DEP file number on this item. So I just wanted to caution the board for granting approval prior to the use permit being rendered by the planning board on Wednesday.
Yeah, let me double check, because sometimes they give out these file numbers last minute.
There isn't one. There isn't a bylaw.
That's right, it's local bylaw, so there is none required by the state, so that's actually not an issue, but given the planning board,
Yeah, I'd like to continue it.
yeah,
Till we hear from the planning
with
board.
the applicant's permission.
Would that be okay with you if we continue it until after the planning board?
Yeah, we should, just in case. So we'd be on within the next meeting in 2 weeks, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the date? Yeah, is it not?
The next date is actually,
Wednesday.
let me check. The next
26th.
is the 26th, right? So 2 weeks from tonight, Margaret.
Okay.
All right, can I get a motion?
Just one other thing. It doesn't note what the driveway material is. What is the driveway? The new driveway?
It's going to have 24 inches of dense grade underneath, and then it'll be asphalt.
Paved
Paved.
driveway.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Can you make sure that's added to the plan, that it's a paved driveway, please?
Did you come from Rhode Island?
I'm just, this isn't my industry.
Rob?
I'm in finance, so.
I move we continue the public hearing until February 26th.
We have a motion to continue. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
Okay, see you in a couple.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Ready?
Wednesday.
Okay, next we have a notice for a public hearing pertaining to Mass General Law 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act. The Donald Douglas Conservation will hold a public hearing February 12th at 7 p.m. for notice of intent filed by Tim and Beth Lonigan, located at 278 Northwest Main Street, for work pursuant to the Town of Douglas Wetland Bylaw and the Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Law 131, Section 40. The proposed work involves proposed construction of a new house, septic, well, stormwater controls. Public participation is available by attending the meeting at Douglastown Municipal Center, located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, or pertaining to the governor's March 29, 1923 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law 30A, Section 18. The public may participate in this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided by the conservation agent posted on the town website at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Okay, so let's see what we got here.
Good evening, all set?
I think that's it. Can you slide it down a little more? 'Cause that's better.
Can you see?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have.
It's up there, too.
Yeah. I'm old. It's old, burning that way. I don't know if I can straighten back out again, so.
All right, for the record, Margaret Bacon, Allen Engineering, and I'm here representing the Lonegrins. Here. Regarding it, this is just to get your bearings right now, this is Northwest Main Street, White's Reservoir down here, the causeway is just down the street a little ways. This is a vacant lot, pre-existing non-conforming lot. We've already been out there, we've done perk tests, we've already been before the zoning board, and then this is the last permitting board. And so basically, what we're proposing is, through the zoning, the ZBA process, there was issues on Northwest Main Street, actually it's further down here regarding drainage. So through the ZBA process, they asked us to take a look at drainage on our parcel and to make sure that whatever we do does not affect the adjacent parcels. So we did that through the zoning process. Most of our work is outside the 100-foot buffer zone. Here's Whiten's Reservoir, and here's the 100-foot buffer zone. So most of our work is outside that, but because of drainage, we get kicked in, and because we're doing a proposed well, it's down near the lake. And the reason the well has to be here is because of other septics in our proposed septic had to be 100 feet away. So just to kind of go over the design a little, they're proposing a house right in the middle of the lot with the septic up in the front. I have to have the septic up towards the street. It's the only place it'll fit and be 100 feet away from all the other wells. So I have a septic at the front, then I have the house, and then I've had to grade it because everything's going downhill towards the lake. So I had to do quite a bit of grading to make it all work. And then what I did to address stormwater, I've got roof gutters coming off of the house, going into, I have 2 dry wells right here. And then all the runoff from the yard, the septic, will come down the swale on each side. And then I've designed a little basin here, and I have the calculations in the NOI to address the 25-year storm. And you'll see on this property, because this is a high point right here, I'm not getting any stormwater technically from any other site than my own. So basically, if you go up there, here's the high point of the road. So roadway drainage is going that way and it's going that way. So there's really nothing coming onto our site. So I'm not really generating a whole lot of stormwater. So like I said, we did come up with a couple of things to take care of roof runoff and then any other runoff, and we swales on each side of the property to make sure nothing is going onto the abutter's property. And then eventually do a vegetated swale. Ends up towards the lake. That's where it goes now anyways.
Okay. Brennan?
First impressions, the steepness of this lot and all the grading that's proposed kind of scares the Djibouti out of me. It's a lot of grading. I mean, if they're able to keep control of the site, that's okay, because otherwise, there's only a very small amount of work that's actually going to occur in the 100-foot buffer zone. This orange dashed line right here that I'm outlining, that's the limit of the 100-foot buffer zone from the bank of Whiten Pond. So a little bit of the grading associated with the detention area will be in it. But there's also a swale that's going to go along the sideline of the property on the north side. And that's going to be through, at least in the lower part, that's going to be through a forested area. So they're going to have to cut down a lot of trees in order to make this vegetated swale right here. And I'll also note that there's already an existing driveway that goes down the hill to a parking area at the bottom. There's a shed, and there's a lawn, picnic table, swimming area that's already established within, the 100-foot buffer zone all the way up to the edge of the reservoir. Okay, so, and then they want to put in a well down closer to the water as well. That the well, from what I can gather, will be in a pre-existing lawn area, but the swale on the north side will be in a forested area. And again, being so close to the reservoir and the cutting down of the trees and the steep grades, just really, it raises the hairs on the back of my head. And let me show you some pictures of the site so I give you an idea. So this picture right here is up by the road, looking down the existing driveway that goes down the hill along parallels the north side of the property. Over here on the left side in these woods is where the house would be, and you can see it does go downhill pretty fast. Continuing down the hill, looking at the existing lawn area and gravel parking area in the shed, down at the bottom of the hill where it's a lot less steep, but right over here on the left side of the picture is where it does start to get steep, and that's about where the detention area for the stormwater is proposed. And I turned around, I'm looking back up the hill, and you see it goes up pretty quickly. It's all forested in the area where they want to put the house and the grading around the house. Now at the bottom of the hill, looking at the reservoir, this is all exposed because this is winter low water, and in the summertime, I expect the water to come right up to the edge of the lawn. It's very bouldery, which brings me to my next question. If there's going to be a house there, I think that in the future, there's very likely to be a dock there. Am I wrong? If not proposed now, and there's all these boulders, and I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop with someone saying, I can't get a boat in, don't have enough draft, I keep on hitting boulders. So I'm wondering if, this is something that's going to be in the future as well. Just thinking about project segmentation issues.
Possibly, talking mostly with the house, not about the dock.
Yeah. Anyway, this is Samantha down in the water area looking back up towards me. The house will be in the woods right in this area. Looking along the shoreline. And you see that the lawn goes right up to the edge where the water will be in the summertime. Okay, just giving you a little more idea what it looks like down there anyway. And this is another picture that gives you an idea of what the slope is like as well. And I'll end with that one. And I'll go back to the site plan. Question I have from Margaret. Directly behind the house, you have the grading going right down. I mean, there's going to be Usually in houses like this, there's a walkout, or they have a, some kind of a deck or a porch on the back. How practical is it to build it that way? How difficult will the construction be with the grading like that? What's the construction sequence? Put in the foundation, construct the house, and then do the grading?
Yeah, see, the problem is, it's a rather large house going down a hill, and already I believe I had a 9-foot foundation, to help alleviate some of that. You don't really want to do a foundation much larger than 9 feet, because I think it's very expensive with the steel that's required. So, yeah, a large house, 55 feet long, and that's going down a hill, and you have the top of concrete up towards the septic, that it's kind of a balancing act.
26 foot drop.
And then, yeah, so that, actually, my slab elevation's at 621, and so, yeah, down towards the end of towards the lake, I'm gonna have to be filled about 3 feet to just get up to slab elevation. The only other way to alleviate that is to move the house down to the flat, but that's down much closer to the lake.
Yeah. Well,
Is the floor elevation of the house all the same? Or can you have it be 2-story at the back and 1-story at the front and have a stair down so that,
Typically, the basement slab elevation's one elevation.
I know typically, but this is not a typical lot.
on the clearing for the vegetated
Just-
swale in the west corner, how close does that get to the watermark? Is that going to be within 25 feet?
To the watermark, huh?
Yeah, there's still the 25-foot no-touch zone. Understanding there's already lawn down there, but I'm thinking about the area that's already forested. So if I go back to pictures,
Yeah, actually, I'm right at 25 feet.
all right, let me see. So the swale would be in these woods over here. So over here on the left-hand side, going up the hill. That one, but, hold on a sec. So it's going to come down along this right side, right?
Yeah, we don't want to take down a lot of trees to do the swell. I mean, I'd like to take another look at that. Maybe there's something else we could do a little better.
Yeah, because the less trees you take down, I think it's going to be
No,
better.
I agree.
And if only from a water retention and
Yeah.
erosion sediment control perspective.
Well, I'm sure the Lonergans, too, would like to keep as many trees as possible.
Yeah, here's a good one. So the way it's currently proposed, the swale's going to come down the side of the road, the driveway right here, which is already pretty cleared, but then you get to this spot right here, and you get a lot of trees, keeping the soil stable, soaking up a lot of water. And I'm just wondering about what's kind of sluice way, especially during construction, that's going to cause. As far as, like,
It's also straight down
It's
the
a straight-
grade,
it's
right?
straight down.
It could go at angles to be able to slow down the
One
grade,
thing
slow
I
down a
did
little
do
bit.
on these vegetated swales, you'll notice in select spots, I have little drop inlets, okay? And these little drop inlets divert the water coming down this swale over to our little basin. And I accounted for that in my drainage calculations. So it does help pick up some of the drainage as it goes down the hill. You see little drop inlets and underground piping that goes straight to this basin. And then this basin, if it overfills during a big storm event, then it comes back to this swale.
yeah, like right here. and right here.
You Dig that out.
The only water we're getting is on,
What's that?
is from the
You dig
outside.
this out, I don't know what's gonna stop.
When you say big storm, how big of a storm are you talking?
I designed that basin for the 25-year storm. Any storms bigger than that, they'll just flow into that basin and then discharge down. But all the roof, same with the roof. I've got 2 dry wells for the roof runoff. So typically for these house lots, you get into designing for the 100-year storm, and you get these used basins, and it really doesn't
Right.
make sense for a single-family house lot.
I'm going to say something crazy.
What?
I'm going to say something crazy that I wouldn't normally say. But the bottom of the hill is already cleared out, and it's already flat. I would be less scared, or I should say, I would be less concerned about soil erosion and sedimentation. And I really wouldn't be that much more concerned about impacts to the resource area from other public interest standpoint, because it's already a flat area and it's already cleared out. The problem would be the septic system. You'd have to pump uphill to the septic system, whereas this one, I think you've got everything graded.
Yeah, no, that's okay, because I've got a pump there anyways.
And I'm just talking out loud, doesn't mean anything, I'm just pointing something out for your consideration. I would normally not recommend building closer to the resource area, but this is a unique site.
I don't know how you feel about it.
To talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah, and this doesn't mean anything, I'm just talking out loud.
No, that's good.
I'm just thinking out loud.
Because we wouldn't want to do a whole design if the rest of the commission wasn't in favor of that.
Yeah, honestly, your construction costs would probably go way down if you were down in the flatter area than doing all this grading and stormwater stuff anyway.
What are you saying, down where the back line setback is?
With the existing gravel drive areas, you get the 25-foot
Yeah, right.
setback, so in that area between the wall for their little basin behind the house and the 25-foot rear yard setback, it's a lot flatter right there. I mean, it's, I don't know if it would work, but I'm a lot less concerned about the hill. And there's just so much exposed soil on such steep gradients. I just foresee the sediment flying downhill during a thunderstorm, or in the wintertime when they can't grow grass. And then everything ends up in the reservoir. All of the neighbors come in here with torches and pitchforks and wondering why the commission didn't do its job.
Well, one other thing, though, is we've already been to the zoning board.
Okay.
And this is a plan they approved, so I wouldn't want to do any radical changes, because then I'd have to go back before the zoning board.
Well, remember, there's more than one board.
No, I know, but I was told at one of the last meetings that the Conservation Commission likes to be the last one on the train of permitting. What's the problem? Like, different,
Yeah,
with different objectives and
yeah. That might have applied to previous commissions, but not necessarily the one that I'm helping do the review for. I mean, this can be done, if done very carefully, in sequence, but I've got experience.
This is pretty, I mean, the back half of the house has got almost a 6-foot fill in it,
Yeah.
under the slab, so,
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
It's going to
And then
be,
2-to-1 slope,
Yeah.
it looks like.
yeah, it's steep.
yeah, we did 2-to-1 that, keep it away from the lake.
This is a very
Yeah.
ambitious construction project.
I would
I'd be
say,
more imposed to move it down.
Well, it would depend on what the grading is on the backside. I'm not going to say that I think I like it better moved down. It depends on what happens with the back of the house and the grading, in my opinion, and how the house is laid out. I just feel like
Same.
55 feet over one elevation on that slope, I don't know how you can do it.
And keep in mind
Is the front of the house a cut, or is it just at grade? I'm trying to
There's-
figure out.
there's
what's-
26
It says
here.
garage slab 628.5, so is that the first floor elevation?
The garage slab, 628, and then the top of concrete's 630, 2 feet above that.
So here's 628 here, so you're filling, that's getting filled too.
So you're filling at the front of the house in this proposal?
Not by, well, because we're coming down the driveway here, and then, so I have a little low point right here, so water coming down the driveway doesn't go into the driveway.
Right.
Will hit the swale and then go this way.
Right, but that low area looks like it's 627.75, and it's on top of elevation 626 and a half, or 625 and a half.
Yeah, and the
So you're
reason is-
filling,
Right, because right now we have about it's almost a 10% driveway. So we tried to, take some of the curse off of that steep driveway. That's why we raised it up a little.
and probably the septic system is in a fill too?
The septic system's a raised system because we have 4 feet to groundwater. And so it is a raised system, but then I have this wall here to,
A wall?
yeah, see the little stone wall
Break out,
between
maybe?
the system and the driveway to catch the
Right here.
grades.
Right, and keep in mind that the actual jurisdictional limit is behind the house.
Way down here, I
Right,
know,
but-
I know.
But from a practical standpoint, there's a high likelihood that a sediment from the higher up will make its way down to the buffer zone if it not watched 24/7 by a very careful contractor. And Mr. Foran had a question.
so I guess my question was, if you guys decided to go down and move it onto the flat and it's cheaper, would you be opposed to drawing something up to see how we could see how it would
Yeah.
be and everything else?
What I'll do is, after tonight, I'll talk with our clients and
Yep.
then see what other options, and then just, before we do a full-blown design, maybe come
Yeah.
back in with a kind of a conceptual to see how it would work. Before we got too crazy, but then,
Yeah, if you go forward with this particular design, and there's no reason to say you shouldn't, I would request a very detailed construction sequencing narrative, because I am very concerned about this entire area being exposed with no, with no vegetation at all. I don't know how practical that'd be, because it's all forest, and you kind of have to cut it down first in order to do what you're doing, but I think this should be a presentation of a construction sequencing plan to put the commission perhaps more at ease about how the site will be maintained and controlled during construction. As far as the vegetated swale, if you could keep that out of that vegetated, the already treed strip along the north side, I think that would be better than cutting down all the trees closer to the reservoir, especially when the swale is as straight as it is. I would even recommend putting in more stone check dams than you already have, like double them up. So, in the end, I think that it can be done. I mean, as far as an impact of the public interests, most of the project is outside of jurisdiction. The only part that's really in jurisdiction that's going to impact, say, wildlife or fisheries, includes the vegetated swale, and a little bit of the back end of the grading in the stormwater basin associated with the house. The rest of it's already open. I'm just mostly concerned about what could happen.
As well we should be after seeing what can happen this past winter.
I have a little bit of shell shock.
How many trees you plan on taking down in this swale?
I'll find out. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
And I'm also going to take a look at it to see if it can't be moved to avoid trees. We need to go back out on the site.
You might have to readjust the well location. Yeah, on that note, a tree line might help as well,
Right.
even if you just do that from the aerial photography, Margaret.
Okay. Yeah. Usually we have it on there.
I'd like to move this out to the next meeting.
Still got to go to the
Hold on a
public.
minute, I get it. Anybody in the public have any input on this? Is there anybody on Zoom that has any input? Okay. Make a motion.
I'll move we continue the public hearing to February 26th. Does that give you enough time, Margaret, or do you want?
No, that's good.
We have a motion to continue to February 26th. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Jim. All in favor?
Mark Mongemai.
Jim Farn, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into old business now. Public hearing continuance for notice of intent, Nicholas and Mary Beth Mello, 209 Southwest Main Street, single-family home and tight tank replacement.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from this meeting.
Need a motion to,
No, this is a continuation, so
Okay.
just go ahead. So we still working off the 10-3 plan? The October 3 plan?
The October 3 with a revised revision number 2, 1824.
824, okay, so I have materials from you regarding the, the Loma and the floodplain elevation, Margaret, but,
I can go over that
okay.
with you right now. I brought some copies here, so
All right.
happy,
Thank you.
happy,
Thank you.
happy.
Yep.
Happy. Mark, you want to copy this? Sure. Okay. So based on our, the last meeting that was brought up regarding the discrepancies in floodplain elevations from this lot, and I guess there was another lot nearby that Andrew Survey did. So I did contact Andrews to see what they had for a floodplain elevation and how they got it, because there was a 200-foot discrepancy. And the reason that was, is we're on the NAVD 88 datum. They were on an assumed datum in the 400s. And so, not to get things, to confuse things, but they had come up with a different floodplain elevation than I had on the original plans. The original plans right here, I come up with a floodplain of 660.05. And that was based on field floodplain map being superimposed onto this area. And if you look at Andrew's notes that I handed out, they also came up with that elevation initially. But then they did a little more detailed study, and it's in the handouts that I provided to you, and I appreciate Andrew sending this over to me. So basically what they did, instead of doing a big drainage analysis of the entire watershed to see what the flows are, what they did, which I thought was pretty clever, they went over to the causeway over there on Route 16 and measured that elevation. And so you'll see in this packet, there should be a little USGS topo, and the elevation of Route 16 on the other side of the pond. And that elevation is 662.5, but they rounded it up to 663. So for any major flooding event, it's going to go over Route 16 at that elevation before it's going to go up any higher. And that made perfect sense to me, because that's actually the dam. It's there. So what I did is I revised my plan, and instead of using 660, I bumped the floodplain elevation up to 663, which is this blue line, so everything under here is within the floodplain. Our building is going to be constructed on piers, and then the first floor of the building's at 664, so my first floor of the proposed building is a foot above the new floodplain elevation, so I'm out of it. The only area that I'm doing any filling is because I moved that septic tank, I raised it up a little. I guess there were concerns about it being too low and in the groundwater, so I moved the septic tank up a little, and I have a little grading over the septic system, which turned into about 41 cubic feet. And so I just, in this area over here, I created a stockpile area, and when that, at the end of construction, when that stockpile area is not needed anymore, you just carve down, I think it's been carving down about a half foot to give me that 41 cubic. So I should have asked for that to be waived, because basically I was kind of looking. But I didn't. We had the room to do it right there, so there's the compensatory storage. And actually, Andrews submitted their findings to the college Loma, who agreed with what they did, and so the floodplain elevation of 663 is a 100-year flood for Laurel Lake. So that's been confirmed and approved.
Margaret, is there any room to move this over? Because you got the front corner is 19 feet from the wetlands. And it looks like, I don't know if you could shift it or not.
The building?
Yeah.
Actually, I did shift it. I have it, we did have it closer to the lake, and at one of the meetings, we were asked to push it forward. So right now, the front of the building is at the same reach or location as the existing cottage, and that's beyond the front zoning setback
Okay.
by about
I didn't want to go towards the road, I just wanted to go to the side, towards the stockpile side.
Yeah, see, I can't, if you see this yellow line here, that's my zoning setback, and I maybe got a foot on either side.
Okay, oh, yeah, I see it, okay.
So I do have to go to the zoning board in March, because it's another pre-existing non-conforming lot, and we are going to be asking, you know, for a waiver for the front setback.
So floodplain issues aside, one of my concerns about the property is the fact that they've been mowing in the wetland down by the lake for looks like many years, because the wetland line actually comes, in this picture, straight across about right here. So they've got all this activity in the BVW. These are all wetland sedges in here. Obviously, you got a decrepit dock pier over here on this side, and then you got a little pull-in, push-out area for boats on this side. Given the fact that the commission has a fresh bite at the apple, I would recommend that there be designated access areas going forward, instead of just having it clear-cut all through here. And my recommendation is to allow the pull-in area here on the right to remain and allow a path going to the pier to remain, but the rest to be allowed to grow in naturally. If the applicant is concerned about losing their view of the water, because why have a waterfront property, conditions could be made to allow for limited cutting in order to maintain a view corridor that'll allow it to have some water quality function as a buffer, as opposed to just having as lawn, which does not have many functions and values towards the public interest at all, in my opinion. What do you think of that, Margaret? Will the applicant go for that?
The applicant's here. What do you think?
We're okay with that.
Okay. All right, so back to the floodplain.
So, you know, we've been here several times, and other comments that the commission brought up that we addressed. We moved the well from this side of the driveway over to this side of the driveway. We took the house, originally we had it designed here, and moved it up to where the existing cottage is. We moved the tight tank over a little, so it's further away from the well. Here's the 50-foot radius. And we raised it up. The commission had concerns about high groundwater.
Yes, I remember that.
We raised the tight tank up a foot. And hence, that's why I'm running into that little fill area for compensatory storage. So I think we pretty much did everything that's been requested, and then,
Yeah, personally, I think that Margaret has done so far everything the commission has asked her to do. That last bit I just talked about would be my last, I guess, comment to add in. Doesn't necessarily need to be continued, but we still have
Well, it's,
comments from the audience and comments from the commission.
it has to go through zoning yet, right, Margaret?
correct.
Yeah.
So when we go to zoning, I would like to be able to tell them in confidence that they just don't want, they want to ensure that this house is not going to move, you know, because that's what
Right.
we're, you know, pre-existing non-conforming, you know, lots of, you know, when you get to the zoning, they're kind of like you, they want to make sure there's not going to be any other changes.
Okay. You all set?
Yeah, I'm good with the house location.
Is there anything, Mike? Do you have anything? Jim? Does anybody in the audience have anything on this hearing? Yes? State your name, please.
Mark Muncham, 195 Southwest Main. The previous meeting, we talked, or it was mentioned a little bit about the driveway. Is the driveway shown on the plan? I can't see where the driveway is and what is
What is that?
This is an older version that I have. I do not have a PDF of the most recent version. I have the hard copy, but for some reason, I don't have the PDF.
Well, I do
Mark, if you want to come up, you can see it here.
It does show it.
Yeah,
how much is a driveway, but then it just kind of, surveyors did the best they could, but then it just kind of fizzles out.
So is that going to stay as a driveway, going around the side of the house? Or is it only going to the proposed parking area? My question, I guess.
Parking area will be between the house and the road,
Yep.
and the driveway.
Can I have your name, please? Can I have your name?
Don McCallum, 85 Southwest Main Street.
Thank you.
So that part of the driveway is going to get eliminated?
Right, if you're looking at the existing building on the road, the driveway that goes down the main driveway will be eliminated.
Okay. So if I'm at the road looking at the house, it's going to be on the left-hand side, that driveway. So cars are only going in the front, parking in the front.
That's right.
Okay. And I do show that. So existing gravel drive to be eliminated.
Does it say to be eliminated?
She's writing it on now.
Well, I mean, it would be better if you're going to have a driveway, have it on the right side because it's further away from the wetland.
Well, we've got a parking space in the front of the building, and I think that's all he really needs to.
Okay, great.
Okay, anything else on the floor? Anything from anybody on Zoom? Okay,
looks like we're one step closer.
you can you update those obviously for us.
Continue to the,
It's going to get continued.
well,
So if you just put the conditions on for the stone to be removed, right? And then just put the conditions for the, in front of the waterway, instead of just grass or whatever.
Right.
Was there anything else that we?
Well, it's just a driveway in that area down by the lake.
Yeah, so,
They eliminated.
right, so the gravel will be eliminated for the big long driveway going down, right? Because they're parking in the front, and then just put the contingents for,
you can do that.
or is that not?
The question, well, you can do that. You can approve it contingent upon some plan changes. I'm not a big fan of doing that because then if the plans come in on 5 o'clock on the 21st day, you don't have any time to get it out on the 21-day time period. Have you applied to ZBA?
Yeah, beginning of March 5th, I think.
First Wednesday.
This Wednesday.
Would so does the commission feel comfortable approving it now, or do you recommend waiting till the ZBA has had a look at it?
I'd like to see what the ZBA has.
That's what I thought. Yeah. It might just be easier for you that way, Margaret, too, because
Hold on.
who knows?
We have someone on the floor?
Yeah, Mike Fitzpatrick. As far as the ZBA goes, we keep going back and forth with the someone ZBA. The ZBA board likes to have conservation come to a conclusion, because what happens is if we approve it, just like you just talked about the previous case, and now you want to revise it, now it becomes problematic for the ZBA. And see, because we have a little more flexibility than you guys have. So if you can kind of solidify what you want, it'll be easier for the applicant when they come before us.
But your hearing's at the beginning of March?
Correct, so-
First Wednesday in,
I-
first Wednesday of the month.
For me, as the person writing up the permit, if Margaret could continue this for 2 weeks, which will still be in February, send in those changes before then, they can get approved on the 26th, and then you still be able to confidently go into ZBA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Get a motion for that?
Continue to the 26th.
Yep, make a motion to continue to the 26th.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, Shirley Nazinski, 60 Oak Street. I'm just wondering if it's legal for you to take a vote, because if Mark steps away from the table, do you have a quorum?
It's a 6-member board, so 3.
Conservation's a little unique. It's the quorum of what attended the meeting tonight, so you met that.
Right.
Just
So we're all set.
All set.
Thank you, Shirley.
Yep.
Somebody's
Don't
got
want you
to, somebody's got to
guys to
keep
get in
us honest. Okay, next is a public hearing. Let me make sure. For abbreviated notice of resource delineation for Otwood Investment Group LLC, 3338 Caswell Court, map 137, lots 6 and 8. Is there someone here that's going to
That would-
represent it?
That would be Margaret, but
They asked to be continued for next meeting.
yeah, they have not submitted the 53G money yet, so I haven't even been able to go out and do my review.
All right, so we're continuing this?
Yep.
We do a vote on that? No?
Make a motion to continue to February 26th.
second.
All in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, yeah, there's right there, seen it, okay. Next one is a public hearing, notice of intent, Deer Crossing Development LLC, Woodland Road, map 250, lot 6. They asked for a continuance to February 26th per the applicant.
Make a motion to February 26th.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim?
Oh, sorry, Jim Foran, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Thank you. Next would be a notice of intent for Christopher Benton Court, 295 South East Main Street, map 266, lot 13 through 6. Is Chris here? Is there anybody here for it?
No, we've had somebody from Goddard Consulting has been representing that one.
Is there anybody on Zoom for the Christopher Benton Court project?
Yeah, Tom.
I do have a question.
Who's that?
My name is Marissa Civil. I live on Pine Street.
Could you give an exact address?
72 Pine.
Okay, hold on. Are you representing the applicant, or?
I am not representing, I just have a question, so one that's represented.
Okay. I don't know if we can answer it, but,
Yeah, you can. It's an open hearing.
okay.
Okay, so what you had just announced are lots 6 through 13, correct?
13 through 6, right.
Yes. I believe lot 10 and lot 11 are on Orange Street.
Correct, but
So I
those
wanted to-
those are not even on the agenda.
Okay, okay. That was, okay, well then I'll email someone separately about
But
it. Those
you
are my
came in
questions.
earlier, didn't you? I spoke to you in person, right?
Yes.
Yep. So you made a request that I check out these lots on Orange Street that you have concerns about, and I will.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. In the absence of representation, I just recommend continuing these to the 26th until representation shows up.
Okay. No? That's Margaret doing it?
Nope.
Okay. Want to make a motion?
Make a motion to continue to February 26th.
You have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Mark Mangum,
Greco, aye.
Jim Farr and I.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Next one is a public hearing, notice of intent, Christopher Betancourt, 299 Southeast Main Street, map 266, lot 13-7. Anybody here? Like to have a motion to continue it?
I'll make a motion to continue to February 26th.
Second?
Second.
Second by Mike. All in favor?
Mark Mangum,
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farr and I.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, notice of intent, Christopher Betancourt, 303 Southeast Main Street, map 266, lots 13-8. No one here to represent it? Okay. Can get a motion?
Make a motion to continue to February 26th.
We have a second on it?
Second.
Second by Mike. All in favor?
Mark Mangum,
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farr and I.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, we're on to updates on the Oak Street Solar Project, DEP number 143-0989. Is anybody here for the, from the solar field?
Here we go, she says.
You want to come forward here and just have a seat at the... Yeah, you come up to the table here and just... You guys just state who you are, just for the record, and that's it. Okay, when you speak.
Jesse Mazinski, 45 Oak Street.
Jason Smith, Blue Wave Energy.
Pat Mahan, J. Bates & Son, civil contractor.
Okay. You guys want to give us an update what's transpiring up there?
Yeah, Jesse Mozinski, landowner of the 45 Oak Street project. I'd like to thank everyone for their time dedicated to the project. I'd just like to say Blue Wave has been great to work with over the last few years. Communication's been great, especially when it comes to the longevity of the project. During the planning, we worked diligently to have the native land unaffected and preserved under Chapter 61A. It's a renewable energy project, and we strive to provide clean energy to the state. Blue Wave Solar has not been negligent in any way during the planning of this project or during each phase of the project. They've been accountable and personally have helped abutters with problems that have arisen. Currently, the project isn't complete. Having a dirt construction site isn't Blue Wave's end goal. There isn't any grass or trees planted yet because Phase 4 isn't complete. The more the project is delayed, the more we could have ongoing runoff issues. It's impossible to plan for a year of rain like our last. Additionally, the sediment that did leave the site, we understand the concerns, but as the soil test will prove, there isn't a reason to keep holding up this, the cleanup of the settlement, and we all want to properly handle this. To my knowledge, corn hasn't been grown over 40 years at this location. I may stand corrected by town record, but rumors have been circulating in regards to the PFAS testing. And I just want to make it clear to the town that if we do delay this project, we're going to have ongoing runoff issues because this site isn't completed yet. Thank you.
Okay.
We did bring a couple things for the board, if I could pass them out.
Yep.
It's a small summary of some of the things that we'll gone over. I want to make sure.
Mr.
they have
Can
them.
I just ask that everyone speak into the microphones? The heat is on.
Okay.
Thank you.
The heat's kind of in the background, so it makes it tough for me.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Is that better? Oh, yeah, sorry. So this is just a little packet that obviously will be put into record, and it is similar to the one that we handed out at the Sutton Concom, and it has just a summary of some things. One thing that I'll read is a chronology, a accelerated schedule, the testing plan for the PFAS, and I forgot to give this to you, Chairman, but I'll need a receipt, and this check for fines. So for us, we'd like to provide some clarifications to some concerns recently raised about the site in response to December 11th and 17th weather events. We also wish to reiterate that we're long-term owner and operator of the solar facility and seek to be partners and member of the local community. First, there's been some concern about the responsiveness to issues raised in meetings tied to subsequent issues of orders. Blue Wave and its contractors have been responsive to what has been requested and required. In certain circumstances, Blue Wave and its contractors have needed to defer to the release of formal communication prior to acting. Blue Wave and its contractors have responded within a week, if not days, between the receipt of formal communications to the subsequent work. In certain circumstances, it has even been before that. Blue Wave and its contractors mobilized wetland scientists before being required to do so and submitted a full detailed remediation restoration plan on December 26th to the conservation agent who represents both the town of Douglas and the town of Sutton Conservation Committees. This was 8 days. This was within, excuse me, 8 days of the request during a time of the year with many holidays. We received the approved plan for the conservation agent on January 15th. In accordance, and I think also with all the orders that have been provided. Pardon me. And this included vacuuming silt and soil testing when the temperatures were conductive. We have vacuumed today, Pat could give you the specific numbers, somewhere near 80 to 90% of what left our site, pardon me, our area, but is still within the site. Second, there has been much discussion recently in public meetings regarding the performance of infiltration basins during construction. The infiltration basin detail has been attached for this in here from the approved plans. They show the wick drain in a schematic fashion. The pipe will be within a filter fabric and stone-lined trench at the bottom of the basin. The piping layout is shown to the plan view on the grading and drainage plans. The perforated wick drain will connect to a solid wall pipe with a valve at the end, and the pipe daylights into the outfall spillway of the basin. The valves will control the outflow of the wick drains as desired. The wick drains are not yet installed, not intended to be at this stage, nor the outlet control structures, and therefore the basins are not acting as solely, holding basins, or only, acting as holding basins during the construction period. Therefore, they're not intended to filtrate at this moment during construction as designed when they are put into operation. The installation of this occurs at the end of the project before putting them into operation. Once these features are installed, the basin will be able to operate as intended. Once operational, the basins will not release water in the OCS structures until the site is sufficiently stabilized with vegetation or water is crystal clear and free of turbidity. Third, when originally asked to test for soil, the requirement was limited to heavy metals. Blue Wave and the contractor tested the results and been provided conservation agent. See chronology within this. The test, the results were close to normal, pre-existing background conditions, and were lower than Massachusetts reportable allowable levels. Fourth, the order of the PFAS testing was received early week before last, pardon me. The work plan needed to be modified as we need to before we could put it into action. This took 1 week. An access agreement has been issued to the Mazinski Living Trust as well as to the Krolls for the testing. As Blue Wave and its contractor have expressed past meetings, it might take up to 3 weeks after the testing for the results to be available, and it is tentatively, it is scheduled for Friday the 16th. There's administrative error at the end there. Blue Wave is a long-term owner and operator and will be part of the local community for the next 30 years. It's Blue Wave's responsibility to operate and maintain generating facility of the property of life of the project. The work we have done has shown that we are responsive and willing to remediate the issue. Thank you.
Okay.
There's one piece of this that I want to highlight that is not in writing, but at the end, which is the schedule. We do have a schedule that we put together. It's a proper Gantt chart of activities that shows, I would say, resourcing the project in such a way, pulling seating up into April and completing the civil side of the work by the end of April. It is our hope and our request that we be permitted to continue expeditiously to be able to stabilize the site with seeding prior to the rains coming so we can take care of those rain, take advantage of that time of the year.
Okay, you all set? Brennan, you got anything?
Yeah, I guess a quick update. From last time, I've done a couple site walks with the Blue Wave team. With a member.
Can you speak in the mic? They can't.
Yeah, sure. I've done a couple of site visits, at least two, with the Blue Wave team. A couple of members of the Sutton Conservation Commission have joined me. So they're now more aware of what's going on site. Blue Wave they have an outline of all the, in this document, materials that they've submitted. I'm not disagreeing with what they're saying here. We also have the progress as-built plan that was requested, which I have up on the screen right now. It was a discussion item last week at the Sutton Conservation Commission meeting, and there's been a meeting or two of the Sutton Conservation Commission as well. I have updated the planning board. I updated the Board of Selectmen. And
You have that map? Do you have a copy of that?
maybe. Progress is happening on site. The planning board required a Blue Wave a redesign of infiltration basin number 1, which is the basin closest to Oak Street. And I'm hoping the Blue Wave could, and their team could explain what's going on with that after I speak. One issue that happened is that the basin number 2, was it a week ago Wednesday, during my regular site visit, the swale, so if you look at the screen, this is basin number 2 right here. There's a swale that goes in a southeasterly direction. Had a failure which led to water being discharged onto 41 Oak Street, which is the Rossi Hout property. I'm sure there will be more discussion by Lori Hout about that tonight. Let's go over to Basin 5. They continue work on Basin 5. Let me zoom in here. The amount of stone in this little triangle here is much more robust and expansive than this plan shows. It actually takes up probably this entire triangle. There is a sediment trap at the base of the slope where the wick drain will go into. There's a level spreader right down in here, and this entire section, this entire triangle is riprap stone. That said, the basins are not draining, and if you'll read the summary here, Blue Wave states that they are not designed to drain at this point in time, so that's no surprise. However, the base of this slope continues to weep water. I believe that's because of the hard pan that's present, and it's groundwater that's discharging from the base of the slope. And last week when I was there, we've had a decently dry stretch. So I didn't see any water discharging at that time, but the Wednesday before that, there was a lot of water discharging from the base of this slope, which is, I think, concerning. And one of the things I'm interested in is how that's going to be attenuated in the future, if at all, because despite the riprap, despite the sedimentation controls, the silt fences, and et cetera, down here in this corner, I'm still seeing concentrated flow come out and into the woods and towards the Mazinski property. So that's and that's all in consideration that they still haven't built basins 3 and 4. So I wonder how that's going to work out with its proximity to the Kroll property and the D-Series wetland, and the fact that it continues to drain more or less in the direction of the North Arrow and down to Manchog Pond. The sediment on the Mazinski Living Trust property in Sutton is still there. Access agreements are now presented to the Mazinskis, and that paperwork still has to get executed, at which point I was hoping whether taking into consideration that work to back truck out the sediment that's deposited in the wetland will occur as quickly as possible, weather permitting. So another thing that they did is when they pump out basin number 5, when it gets too full, it's being transported to a dewatering basin at the top of the hill about in this area right here, which I think is a good idea, because before it was going to the end of a diversion trench right in this area, which was discharging to this D-Series wetland and ultimately the Kroll property, which the Krolls did not appreciate. So now that water is now being discharged up to the top of the hill. So far, so good. And besides that, as far as construction goes, I think the Blue Wave team can give you an update on any other matters, but there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. I think I got it all. I'm sure we're going to have more discussion. I'm sure that the butters who are here will want to have more discussion, which I can hopefully answer their questions and have a meaningful conversation with the Blue Wave team.
Okay. That's it? You all set?
Yeah.
All right, I just got a few comments on it. First of all, I would expected to see the print that I asked for with the topos, and trying to read it off the screen is...
Could you?
I would expect to see the print that I asked for with the elevations on it and the as-built. Trying to read it off the screen is, I might as well not even have it, okay?
Yep.
That's number one, okay? So I'd appreciate you get me a hard copy of that, 2-size scale, so I can take a look at it, all right? Number 2 is on this site, did you guys do a percolation test on this to see what kind of soils you were dealing with? And where your groundwater was when you started?
Jeff is not on. The engineer's on vacation this week. I think they did do, I think they did 14 test pits and multiple borings, and they did, observations of all those pits, and then groundwater, elevation observations and material samples from those to see what kind of material they had.
Okay, and you have those reports, test reports?
Those
I'm
are
a
in
little
the
curious
stormwater.
where I'm hearing about this groundwater, and I'm saying if you did the test holes, that should have shown up early, and it would have gave you guys a heads up that you got a high water table there, or whatever the case may be. Secondly, your detention basins, what are they lined with? You're saying they're not designed to drain right now, so what'd you line them with?
They're going to have, they're going to drain I would call it mechanically. They're not going to drain naturally through the soil. They're going to have a wick drain that will, the outlet control structure will drain them to 6 inches to the basin bottom. And then the wick, there'll be like a French drain in the ground below that will catch any water that lasts 6 inches in that will go out through a pipe.
I think it would be best if Jeffrey answered your question directly from his perspective as the engineer. But I believe in my interpretation of what an engineer might say is that the infiltration, when the basin was designed, it didn't take into consideration at all the water infiltrating because of the groundwater and the way that the basin was built. So while it's supposed to be 72 hours in operation, the wick drains in place of that because of the groundwater were put in place.
Okay.
That is, I believe, inside of his plan. Probably not verbatim.
All right, so they're not really designed to, other than the drain on the bottom, the ground won't accept the groundwater to drain within the 72 hours, what you're telling me.
I'd say it wasn't accounted for that. Like, if we do get any infiltration, that would be, on top of what the design was. So, there will be some infiltration, but that wasn't accounted for in the design. The wick drain will,
Okay.
drain that last bit.
Would you like me to put something up?
No, I'm just trying to get my thoughts here because I had them in my head. I should have wrote them down. On the, what are you doing for the pump-off area on top of the hill? What's your plans? If it doesn't drain, you have a lot of surface water. What's your plans for when that's full?
We currently pump into it, and the discharge for that goes through the area that hasn't been stumped. So it'll if that fills up, we fill it up, and then it'll slowly filter down the hill and go through the wooded area, or not, the cleared area, but not stumped area, and we monitor that all the time and make sure we're not, that area is not leaving the site from there.
I see.
Mr. Chairman, I do have some photographs from February 2nd up there.
Okay, one more, and then we can get into it. The other question I got for you is, seeing how this is a poor drainage site, from what I'm seeing, okay? Mm-hmm. When you put these panels in, what's your design for controlling the water coming off the panels? Because obviously, it won't be spread over a area that's, just a planted area of trees, whatever, where the rainfall is spread out. It's going to be more or less directed off the panels, and you end up with a trough type setup.
Specifically, I wouldn't know how to answer that without Jeffrey responding. But the fact that these modules move east to west with the sun, it's not as much of a point drainage that you would imagine you would find in a fixed tilt site. So every single day it cycles all the way to the east, then back, and then follows the sun, and all the way to the west and back and follows the sun. So at any one time, it's cycled 1.5 times throughout the day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's following the sun.
Yeah, the way that the water then is going to fall is not going to be in one specific location, and it'll be.
Right, but again, I mean, you do have a portion of the area that's not going to get any direct rain per se, and I'm just wondering if there's anything in the design, because we don't want a case where this is all done, the panels are up, and all of a sudden people are getting water where they never had it before. That's just not going to happen.
I'm certain he addressed it inside of the original plans, but your comment about the possibility that water's not getting somewhere from the rain, they're going to be 10 feet off of the ground, and there's a lot of space and room for the rain to come in either behind them or below them.
Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with solar fields. I've seen a lot of them that in my line of work, so.
Yeah, there's barely 10 foot off the ground.
These would be a little different than the typical solar field. This is there's less area covered by panels on this site than I would think than you typically see on a site. I don't know if in the plans you can kind of look at it and see they're more spread out, and like you said, they tilt, and versus the fixed tilt where there's a bank of panels like there'll be a less surface area covered with panels, I think, than your typical solar field that you're used to.
Okay. Have you guys looked at this water weeping out of the banking and come up with any solution? Because, I mean, if you got water that's draining out of the base of that retention basin, I would assume over time it's going to weaken that basin. So I don't know if you guys have looked at it to evaluate what the cause might be. If it is groundwater, is it a basin leaking? What's going on?
Yeah, the engineer of record is taking all these things into consideration right now.
Okay, do you know when he'll have some kind of report as to what he...
No, I don't, and he's on vacation, so otherwise he would be here.
Okay, so
I just want to point out that we will be going over all these
Okay.
issues with the planning board on Wednesday.
who's speaking?
Oh, this is Greg Morehouse, the contractor for Mill Creek Renewables. I work with Blue Wave.
Okay. I appreciate that you're going to be going over with the planning board, but we're talking about the conservation tonight, so I'd just like to get some answers on what we're doing here. So I would assume that you can give me some kind of an answer on what we discussed, right?
Next time we come, we'll have some sort of response.
And like I said, I'd like to get a copy of the plan ahead of time so I can take a look at it, and we're not wasting anybody's time me looking at it, okay? Brennan, you have some pictures?
Yeah, these are drone footage from the 2nd of February, looking down at Basin 2, looking easterly towards is Manchog Pond here, the lower part of Manchog Pond. This down this corner is Basin 5, which is where that original breach happened, where the sediment went down into the woods. I'm sorry, this down here is Stevens Pond. Manchog Pond is over here. So the sediment made its way through this section of woods right here down into the Manchog Pond in this area. But this is what it looks like. This circular area right here is a little bit lighter in the middle. That's the dewatering basin. So they're pumping water from Basin 5 up into here. They have been pumping water from Basin number 2 into this swale right here with putting some flock logs in it to help the fines to settle out. There was a breach in about this area, which then allowed the water to flow down this path here into the Rossi property, which is down here and to the right. Okay. And then basically just going around the site in a circular fashion. This is the section, this quadrant right here is the area that work has not yet begun. And under the cease and desist, they do not have authorization to start any new work in this area. Blue Wave has been, I guess, quietly petitioning to be able to start work in this area, which is something you can discuss. Just continuing on, the Kroll property is here in this woods to the right. This is to the south. We're now looking north towards Manchog Pond. Basin 2. These are two temporary sediment basins right here at the top of the hill. Here's that dewatering basin that they've been pumping water from down here in Basin 5 up to. This snake-like feature right here is the diversion swale. The idea was that any water running downhill would get intercepted here and run downhill to this riprap sediment trap at the end, and therefore cut off any additional water that might be heading down this way that would cause additional sedimentation. The problem is they were originally discharging the water to this point right down here, then the water was flying through the woods and onto the Kroll property, but there's still some water coming through here. It's more clean than it was before, but there's still some discharge when the water's high. Some more close-ups. And here we get into Basin 5. I wish the drone was a little further set back, but let's see this. So they got basically this lower triangle here, all filled with stone. This is the 100-year, overflow right here. This is the spot where the wick drain will come out right here and then come down the riprap to a little sediment trap right here. You can't really see it. I don't even know if I don't think it was built at that time yet, but there's a level spreader right down in this area that's supposed to level out the water as it comes through. There's a swale. There's a road that leads down to this basin and a road that leads around the back of the basin. The vac truck, when it eventually does come to take the sediment out of the Mazinski Living Trust land, will be parked right here, and there'll be as much as, I'm going to estimate up, as much as 600 feet of tubing going into the woods. Okay, there are swales on either side of the access drive leading down to Basin 5. Again, here's the two temporary sediment basins up here. They've been pushing snow into these areas. This is looking south towards Whiten Reservoir, which is up here at the top of the page. And something to notice. Notice there's a crest right in the middle, so this is right at the top of the hill. So the right side drains towards Oak Street. The left side drains towards Manchog Pond, and one could even say that this back corner here would drain directly to Stevens Pond in Sutton.
Okay.
So hopefully that helps you visualize things a little better.
Just quick on that, Brendan, just since since that drone, the northwest corner of Basin 5, we've kind of finished that. We've installed a new road where the final basin access road is outside of that. So we've kind of got that, and we've got that almost all the way down to the very bottom of the corner of the property down there where we'll get the back truck from. But that area's been kind of finished up a little bit since that photo.
Yeah. And infiltration basin 1 down by Oak Street, I don't have any aerial photos of that, but there are 2 other, I guess they were supposed to be temporary basins, but I'm told that there's a thought that they may become permanent.
Yes.
Okay. And planning board asked for a redesign or a rethink of the Basin 1. Is there any progress on that?
I'm certain there is. Jeffrey's just not here to comment.
Okay.
Okay. Mark, you got anything?
The note here says that we have results from the soil testing. Is that true?
Yes,
I haven't seen it.
the heavy metal testing down in the corner next to Basin 5, and the results were all within acceptable state parameters. PFAS testing has not yet happened, as far as I can see.
Friday.
On Friday, on site.
Correct.
And any testing on the Mazinski property is subject to them signing their paperwork, which I understand has been delivered to them. So that's still in process.
Thanks.
Mike? Jim? Is there anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Could you come up and just state your name?
Lori Hout, 41 Oak Street.
Before we get started, just make sure that anything goes through the chair. We don't want to get back and forth conversations going, okay?
Thank you. Firstly, I want to share with the board some information that I pulled off of the Web Soil Survey website. You can take one if you want it. Just, you were asking about water table. That information should have been available to them even without a perk test, but obviously a perk test would have been nice. I can also give this to the chairman, which is from the plan. Those are the pit tests, and those were done on like January 7th of 2020, I believe, after there had been obviously freezing weather. So, there was no water found. I also want to share that in looking through the plans, I did some of my own research because I've been trying to understand how we're sitting here today. I tried to understand some of the math that was done and looking at the HydroCAD information that was on the original plan. And I still, despite the fact that Jeff had said that we can look at the plan to see what the volume is of the basins, I'm still finding it very challenging to determine that. It's possible that it's about 1.28 million gallons, but in the HydroCAD, it also says that there would be 4.8 million gallons of runoff for a 100-year storm. So that's concerning. Also, within the web soil survey, I found some interesting information that should have been, that really should have been looked at. I feel like there was some oversight with the original plan, putting in data from soils that, hadn't actually been physically explored. But despite the fact that they were taking it off of a website and putting it into a computer to figure out whether this was a good site, I have the liquid limit, red zone, bad. Subsurface water management, red zone, bad. Shallow infiltration systems, red, bad. I can give you these. Dikes and levees, red zone, bad. I won't get into it. And soil-based anchor systems for solar arrays, somewhat limited. Still not great. Do you want these? Okay. So it's really, I'm going to again reiterate that we really need a re-engineering of this project. I understand that you're not fully built and that it's not fully vegetated, but I'm not confident, and I don't think anyone in this audience is confident except maybe a couple of people that got paid that the water is going to be managed. And right now, my backyard is mushy. My backyard is growing moss that was never there before. This is an investment that we made for our lives, for our livelihood, to be able to live in Douglas and have a nice home. We use our backyard all the time. That's Bill in our backyard where the water was coming off of the property at 45. That's facing the back of our house. And that was never like that before. And I'm just not confident that it's not going to continue that way when it's vegetated. The fact is, there shouldn't have been any water coming off that site because they're pumping it into the middle. They're running that pump all day, every day. I hear that pump at least 6 hours a day. Where they're pumping it, I don't know. Where that water is coming from, I don't know, but it's a lot of water. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I also want to note that on the original plan, part of number 65 Oak Street was included in some of these calculations. The total runoff area doesn't include any of the other abutters properties, but does include number 65, which makes the total runoff area 44.452 acres. The lot is 40.91 acres. I'm also curious, some questions. Brandon, you had mentioned a double ring infiltrometer test. Is that something that you're still planning on doing through the chair?
Thanks for that question, Laurie. During the planning board meeting, as part of the redesign of basin number 1, I requested that they do something called a double ring infiltrometer test, which is on-site, we call in situ, in place infiltration testing to see what the actual infiltration rate is. Jeff, the engineer who's on vacation tonight, during one of our site walks, I asked the question, what was your design infiltration rate for this site? And he says, we base it on 0.27 inches per hour, which is about a quarter inch an hour, which is the slowest standardized rate, something called a Rawls rate, if you ever heard of that before. I still think that's like too fast for what's actually happening, which is why I asked for the double ring infiltrometer test. So that should be part of their redesign, and I recommend it be done in Basin 5 and for any other area that they're proposing to do infiltration. And you probably do it on Basin 2 as well, to see what the actual infiltration rate is. And that'll help, maybe not solve, but help understand the infiltration issues we are and any adjustments that be, on the best case scenario, any adjustments that might need to be made to the design. Worst case scenario, proof that this is not going to work at all.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon. Also, I am curious about the pads. I'm understanding that there need to be some concrete pads to kind of keep these 10-foot tall poles up. I would like more information on that. As the plan was done per state law, apparently, they're able to account for the entire site basically as being pervious, and on the calculations that they ran through HydroCAD, they have it as 99.5%, again, of that 44.45 acres, which is more acres than they have, 99.5% pervious. However, if they're putting concrete pads down, depending upon the size, if they're above ground or even if they're just underground, I would think that that would account for some impervious spots and possibly channeling of the water. I know, Chairman, you were mentioning the water coming off, two sides of the panels, but aside from that, wouldn't the water channel between the pads in a certain way that isn't accounted for in these plans? And I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, may I make one clarification?
Sure.
Quiet, Tempton.
Just your question about the concrete pads. There are no concrete pads for the foundations for the solar modules. There are concrete pads for the electrical equipment. That's where the limitations of the concrete are.
Thank you.
Bill Rossi, 41 Oak Street. About a month ago, I was at the selectmen meeting, and I asked a question because numerous abutters have been having discharges of water and point sources onto their property. And I asked if the town was empowered to issue fines on a per instance basis. Do we have an answer to that question?
The answer is yes.
Okay, good. And that was before the January 31st point discharge onto my property. They were pumping water out of Basin 2 up into the swale, a swale that had only been built about 2 weeks prior, during the winter when the ground was frozen. They then proceeded to direct the output of a pump capable of pumping about 15,000 gallons an hour up against the berm that was freshly constructed. Is it any surprise that this failed? To me, that's negligence. They pumped thousands of gallons of water onto my property. Should have never happened. You saw the pictures that Brandon took. There was literally a stream coming down my property. And the only reason it didn't end up in my basement is because we have a drain, which is just like a 1-foot deep trench that intercepted it. And normally that wouldn't even work in January because it would be covered over with ice. But fortunately, it was warm enough and there was no ice that day. But it could have been much worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think this board should be issuing more fines as much as they're capable of. These people have discharged water on my property, the Mazinski's property, the Kroll property. They've caused damage to the Dieter property. I'm sure they're affecting Mike Zwicker, although he doesn't come to these meetings, but he was on the planning board and he made a few comments there. So, and I've looked at some of the numbers that Lori's talking about, and I don't understand how this property is not going to cause an increase in water discharge onto a butter's land post-construction. They've taken away several acres of trees that would absorb the water. Where's that water going to go now? It's not, even if they plant hay there, hay only absorbs water about, what, about a tenth of the rate that trees would. Independent of what these basins do, that's going to create a net increase in the outflow of water from this site. There's no way around it. It can't get absorbed in the soil. The water table's too high. You got this issue with the hard pan. Where's it going to go? We've got a storm coming in tomorrow that's expected to drop about a foot of snow, which is going to cause about, what, an inch of water or more. It's going to melt over the next week. These basins are full at the moment. Where's it going to go? It's going to go across my property. It's going to go and wash the silt that's on the Mazinski property into the lake. It's going to go on Kroll's property. It's going to create a mess, in other words. Or they do, I'm not even sure if they can do anything about it. But it should have never happened in the first place. They should have known. If they had done their homework right, they should have known.
Okay. All set? Bill, thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to answer some of Mr. Rossi's comments, the issuing of more fines, I don't think is going to add much value to this process. Maybe for a single-family homeowner it would. I don't think it's going to add, much more of an impetus to somehow work faster than they already are to try to fix the issues. What I think would be more effective for the Blue Wave team is to know, and I think I've stated this in previous meetings, is that there's already been one enforcement order issued. If there's another breach that causes sedimentation of wetlands and significant more amount of sediment into Manchog Pond, that would warrant a second enforcement order. And when there are two enforcement orders issued for the same site, that is cause for revocation of the order of conditions. And so I would hope that that would be enough incentive for the Blue Wave team to keep on top of things. And that's something that I would support if that happened again. I would not say support, I would recommend. I'm not in the supporting role here. I would recommend it if it came to that.
Okay. Is there any, want to come up?
We'll get to you, Charla. We're taking care of everybody in the room right now.
Thank you. Phyllis Charpentier, Manchog Pond Foundation President. Manchog Pond Foundation preserves 25 acres rear northwest Maine. We also hold the deed for the flow rights in Douglas and Sutton, so we're happy to give input. I think a redesign, as everyone is stating, they're already redesigning these wicks and riprap over the side for overtopping, pumping. Looks to be a redesign of the original plan. I'd like to point out that the top of that hill is the boundary for the watershed. Manchog watershed, Stevens watershed. So when you start pumping and displacing water, you're changing the flow to those two ponds. Not critical right now, although it could be because our water level went up near 4 feet with the first December incidences. But come drier season, when there's pumping and Manchog's water is going over to Stevens, or Stevens' watershed is being pumped into Manchog, it could have an impact. So I think that needs to be looked at in a redesign. I'm looking at also the restoration plan. It's not in color, but this was written by Weston and Sampson for Blue Wave and for Mill Creek Renewables back in December. It looks at the December 11th event. It outlines the possible impacts to different properties, and the only property identified is 45 Oak Street, heavy impact. And the other possible impact on Oak Street was 79 Oak Street. I would like this plan to be updated to include all sediment runoff events. We've had a number of them. We've had 2 in December. We've had 3 in January into Manchog Pond. We also just had the end of, I think it was January 31st, into 41 Oak Street. We've had testimony from the Rossies at 41 Oak that they've been impacted. The planning board received testimony that 46 Oak Street was impacted. He was receiving his neighbor's driveway into his backyard. And at the Sutton Conservation Commission, 50 Oak Street reported that Blue Wave had given $45,000 to him in various amounts to take care of his driveway, which had washed out. So I think all these properties need to be included in this plan. All the sediment runoff, the pumping that has impacted Manchog Pond needs to be included. So all impact dates and all properties impacted. Also, Oak Street itself was impacted. The town, I believe it was December 20th, had 4 catch basins cleaned at the request of the commission, and 5 ton of material was taken out in December. I don't know if that was, if in January after those sediment events, if that happened again, but all that needs to be recorded. And then we need to look at the restoration plan with those events and those different properties and what needs to take place to restore things back to normal. Also, it was mentioned earlier in the agenda, enforcement requirements, there be consistency with different sites. Gilboa has been peer-reviewed, their plan. I would also ask that this be peer-reviewed. Are we missing anything? Just, you expect it from one construction site. I think it should be, this is a large enough project where it could, peer review could take place. And I know Brandon has reviewed everything that's come across his desk, but I think it would be helpful. And then in the restoration plan, we talk about Manchog Pond. There's been a lot of sediment coming through. Sediment, runoff, stormwater always carries pollutants. The season is coming. There's a public beach there at King's Campground. There's the boat ramp. Sometimes you'll see people swimming, and there's residents. I know with my own family, if the weather's good, they're in the water in March. Board of Health monitors King's Campground. They open April 15th. So can, any testing be done to assure us that, at least it's safe for swimming? With monitoring, it has to be over a couple-year period because those nutrients that are brought down in the flow can cause algae blooms and weed growth and invasives. So, but a time frame, what are we looking at for the restoration plan? When will things be updated and when will they be implemented?
Okay. Who does the testing at Kings? Is that Sutton Board of Health?
They're required to test and submit to the Sutton Board of Health. Lake Manchog Camping, which hasn't been impacted that we know of, there's a stream, a cold water fishery that feeds right into Lake Manchog Camping. They're required to report to Douglas Board of Health.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the audience?
Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you, commissioners, for listening to us. And Lisa Mozinski, 60 Oak Street, representing Mozinski Living Trust. We want to agree with our neighbors and abutters, everything that's been said. We want to go on record as urging the commission to ask for a redesign of Basin 5. The fact that it's leaking from the bottom and is right on the edge of our property, and it's been over 2 months since the first incident happened, is more than enough evidence that it needs to be redesigned. Brandon showed you the pictures. Rock is not going to fix this. So urge you to ask for a redesign of Basin 5. And as Phyllis just mentioned, we started out with issues going towards Manchog Pond on the northeast side of this site. Then we find out that on the west side of the site, the other side of the hill, the Oak Street side of the hill, there have been numerous issues. Now we're asking for a redesign of Basin 1. The Rossies just had an issue behind their house. Another neighbor, as Phyllis said, has been reimbursed $45,000. If we had known that before, what those issues were, maybe something else could have been done earlier. But everything that happens on the Oak Street side flows down into a wetlands, which, as she said, is part of a cold water fishery. And then that brook also flows into Manjog Pond. So that pond, as we know, is half in Douglas and half in Sutton. There's a lot of activity there in the summer and other months, and we have to make sure that that pond is protected and not constantly in jeopardy of being destroyed. So again, redesign of Basin 5. Yes. Yes, there it is. More water at the basin of Basin 5. And what's the slope, through the chair, what's the slope on that above Basin 5? That huge hill that has a pond sitting on top?
I haven't got the prints in front of me, so maybe.
It's a 3-to-1 slope.
Yeah, so at that top of that slope, there's a pond that was created, and it's full of water, except when it's being pumped out, and then I guess the level goes down. But there's just a lot of water, a lot of weight, and it's leaking from the bottom. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, some pictures from about a week and a half ago. This is at the base of Basin 5, where they put in the level spreader. This is all now covered with stone. There's been, they've been focusing a lot of work down in this area.
Did you have any pictures from the last visit?
I do. To be fair, I'll show both.
Okay.
I'll show both. But, what I noticed and what the Mazinskis are talking about is that right at the base of this is Basin 5. The base here, there's a lot of water, and that water is bleeding out from the bottom, and that's in my opinion, it's groundwater that's hitting that hard pan, then just breaking out. And what this was actually quite convenient with the snow, is that there wasn't so much snow that it completely obscured everything, but there was enough so that when there was water flow, it melted. So there are still some concentrated flows of water. This was on the 31st, mind you. They've done more work since then, but that was the case back then. This tube was the tube they were using to back truck out sediment, which more happened today as well. But what I wanted to point out is they had a pump down here below Basin 5 taking water out And this is the water that was bleeding out from the bottom of the basin, not coming from the basin itself, because the basin's full of sediment and it's not infiltrating. So the water that was down here is not water that was coming from the basin itself. This is water that was bleeding out from the groundwater. So that's my concern, and then that's the abutter's concern as well. And this is looking at Basin 5 on the 31st. So to be fair to the applicant, I will show pictures from this past Wednesday. You can see what progress was made. So this is from the 7th, and I will start right, where do I want to start? Let's start right here. Okay. And share screen. There we go. So this is the riprap basin on the north side of the road leading down to Basin 5. This is Basin 5. It's a very muddy site. Walking down the north side access road to around to the back of Basin 5. Now we're at the back of Basin 5. Remember that level spreader they were constructing? Here it is now. They put in a lot more stone. This is the sediment. I call it a sediment trap. But this is, the wick drain will come down the hill, down the stone, and it'll collect in this area. And when it gets to a certain height, it's designed to flow over it's basically just roadside curbing. We call it a level spreader in this case, where it's all at one elevation, so the water builds up, and then it's supposed to, by design, evenly flow across the entire thing, so there's no concentrated flow. And from here, it's going into all this riprap behind Mr. Morehouse. The idea being allowing the water it slows the water flow and try to get it to infiltrate into the ground. Given the water tables and the infiltration rates, though, I still am skeptical about how effective that will actually be. The 100-year overflow from Basin 5 and this area right here is where the wick drain will go down. And showing the work on the fact that they were actively putting up erosion control blankets at the time I was there. And now we're in a completely different location. Does that help you out, Pat?
I appreciate it.
Okay. And I have a standing date to go to this site every Wednesday at noontime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else on the floor? Okay, Shirley.
Thank you for hearing us and your patience. I'm Shirley Mazinski, 60 Oak Street. When this whole project began, I was very much in favor of solar because it is vital that we do have solar. Can't go on using fossil fuel. At this point, I am really disgusted and discouraged. You've heard all the people, and I have one more thing. I went to Sutton's ComCom the other night to hear all of you. My daughter was handed a paper, a couple papers. Oh, you need to do this. We need to get moving on the testing. Fine. We have information from Weston and Sampson, headed Weston and Sampson, readable. And then we have this other paper that I had to make notes on, and so did my daughters. It says the site is 60 Oak Street. I live on 60 Oak Street. The site where all this problem is 25R Holt Road in Sutton. Unfortunately, it was affected by your site that you're working on. It starts out care of Shirley and Lisa Mazinski, Mazinski Living Trust. Who wrote this? Really? It's embarrassing. And then we get to, if you are willing to grant Blue Wave such access, please sign the enclosed copy of this letter and return it to me by February 7th. February 7th was the night we were at the meeting. And who is me? Really, it's embarrassing. Let's get your act together. Let's do what needs to be done. And stop having everybody get all this stuff in their backyards, in the river, in the lake, which is a sad state of affairs. Seriously. Thank you.
Anybody else on the floor?
Hello. John Dieter, 50 Oak Street, across from the entrance. I would like to just say, I purchased my house in November of 2020. The probably a culmination of a lot of years' work, and I paid a lot of money for my house with anticipation to put in a swimming pool and maybe plant some grass and do some landscaping, but not to finally have to fix anything. I learned of this solar farm project 6 months after I closed on my house, and to say that it would have been something I really considered before purchasing, and something that I probably should have looked into. But figuring Douglas was farm and woods, it's really why I brought my family here. To say along the way, my summer was kind of taken by this. It took me 3 months to convince the town's engineers that I had water coming across the road. I think I came before this committee. I've been to countless planning board meetings. I work for Eversource Energy. I got to be at work at 3 o'clock in the morning, as you can imagine, with what's coming in. So I missed the last meeting to be able to say my piece. So I kind of made myself available on Saturday while they were doing a walkthrough. I am not pleased with what happened. I didn't go on family vacation this year, 4th of July. I was trying to figure a way to divert water. I would come home from a 10-hour day at work and scrape 6 inches of dirt off my driveway every day. I called my realtor to move, which is really not what I wanted to do. I couldn't put my house on the market. There was no way for me to physically do that and show it without having to disclose what was going on or what was happening across the street, because I didn't know. Okay? Yes, Blue Wave has taken care of me. Jason responded. Without him, whatever everybody else has going on, this was happening since May, okay? I devoted my entire summer to keep my property. As a property owner, I have some type of responsibility to make sure that I'm doing everything that I can. I purchased a machine out of my own pocket to be able to scoop stone and put it at the end of my driveway to keep whatever in place. I'm not defending Blue Wave Solar, but when I asked, they helped, right? And when I asked certain other departments in this town, I kind of was on my own, on somebody who has 3 small children, a stone wall that was coming apart, a driveway that was getting ruined that was frankly 2 years old. So I want to clarify. I didn't make money off of this incident. I asked Jason to help me protect what I had, okay? And it's still not right. I thought we were out of the clear until this last big snowstorm, what we ended up with somewhere over 10 inches and then warm weather. I watched my efforts wash away in one day. It's not fixed. But when I approached Blue Wave and Bates and asked them for help, again, now I'm outside in the dark with a Douglas officer on the side of the road putting swaddles to keep the stuff that I have. I've had to move my electric service because the pole needs to move. I've had to reseed my lawn I've had to do this stuff. Anytime that I've asked them, they've helped. It wasn't 2 or 3 weeks. It started May and went till August, where I felt I was by myself. So I'm not defending their engineers. I'm not defending their deal. I just said I needed help, and they were willing to help me. And I think that I'm not saying that this is right, and I'm not trying to go against my neighbors by any means, but this is a mess. And my question is, and I do have a question, I apologize, I'm rambling a little bit, but what I would like to know is what's the alternative? I mean, if we can't get this under control, they've redone that road across the street from my house to kind of put a big hump in it, and they put rumble strips, and there's a pond over there, and a secondary pond, and I just, when you stop and we get a foot of snow tonight, and if we get another 6 inches of snow, I raised this concern months ago. I said, if we get 7 feet of snow in 3 weeks, we have warm weather and heavy rain, I understand, you know, Shirley's property is beautiful. It's one of the things that attracted me to Oak Street. But when that water drains, and the amount of rain that we've had, where does that go? So I'm going to say, when I asked the town for help, I got kind of hit a dead end. I've spoken to the building inspector, everybody. I asked Jason and their team. It might not be as quickly as I wanted to. Now, mind you, I have 3 small children, a new house. I came out of pocket to do this. This wasn't, I said, Jason, this is what I've got. Can you help me? And he helped me, but I had to pay for that up front. I didn't make money. I didn't want anything that I didn't have before. I just wanted to protect what I had. So I'm not trying to upset anybody. I understand it's a whole crappy process, and I'm going to tell you, if there's people on our road, and I'm sure that number 41, if his water is like my driveway. My driveway's gone again, and I just kind of mitigate. It's kind of like, to me, I want to get a result, and I think that they're working. But if we stop and the water comes again, what do I do? All I've got is a swaddle across the top of the driveway and goes, and then it goes to the next. There is seriously a drainage issue before Blue Wave came, right? If you come up that hill from Holt Road, from King's Campground in the wintertime, it's a glacier of ice, and there's constantly water leaking down that hill. That's been that way since I moved in, to the point where I will be on the left side of the road driving to work at 4 in the morning. The day that we had the snow melt and the water coming down the hill, it was 4 in the morning, I was on my way to Southborough. That road was a river, and the drainage is just, it's been horrible, no matter which way that you go. So I'm eager to see a resolution, but I'm also want to say that, at least in my opinion, they've done what they can to help me, and it failing. Like, they're going to have to do it again at this point, but at least an effort for somebody to help me. And I wanted to go on record and say that, you know, they were the only ones who were willing at the point, other than just pointing fingers and saying, you got to talk here and talk here. Because I can't make a living keep coming to these meetings, especially in the wintertime at this point. So that's all I wanted to say, is that, you know, he fell. Whatever happened made a huge mess. They helped me fix my property. And behind my house, where it flattens out, is my septic. And right in front of my front door, directly across the road, is my well right in front of my front door. So the elevation change is a huge problem for me. And I'm really eager to get it fixed. But I think everybody should realize that I've been dealing with this for a long time, and they've helped me. And I think you guys need to hear that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone else on the floor? Okay, is there anybody on Zoom?
Unmute yourself, Charla. You can do it. We have faith in you, Charla. You can do it. There you go.
Oh, I was clicking on the wrong person. I've been dealing with this since last year, January.
Do me a favor and speak up, Charlotte. It's kind of quiet on our end.
78 Torrey Road. Can you hear me now?
You're still kind of quiet. Find your speaker and try to go close to it.
I'm not sure exactly where the speaker is on
It's
this.
probably right with the camera.
With the what, the camera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that any better?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. 78 Torrey Road. We got some wattles today for our northwest field. I'd like to see how that comes out. So far, clear water, which is good. The last two basins, I think we're going to have a repeat of Basin 5.
Say that again, Charlotte, loudly.
The last two basins they want to install, I think we're going to have another repeat of Basin 5. That's my opinion. And they are pointed, one is pointed through my grove, straight to my back door, and the other is pointed to my other grove that's dried out. And the outlet finally goes down to Stevens Pond. And I think we're going to have a rinse and repeat. And we're just going to change the ponds. That's just my opinion of it. Hopefully, we'll be working a little bit with Blue Wave and see what happens. I don't know. But it just killed me to watch my trees die. That's it.
Okay.
She all set?
Yeah, she's all set.
Okay, so you guys kind of heard what's going on, give you a perspective from the residents, and it's like I said from the beginning, we've got to control this water going off that site. And you can see the problems it's creating for everybody in the neighborhood. So I'd like to see you guys come up with some kind of an idea how we're going to control this thing a little better, because, again, we can't have these incidences where water's running everywhere and destroying someone else's property. I mean, that's just not good.
Yep, and I just want to, apologize for the, the incident at the Rossi's house. It was more of, I would say, mistake than anything. The pump was probably a little too heavy, and, discharging their water, not something we want to do. It was clean water leaving the site, and we apologize for that. But right now, we have adequate storage on site for this snow plus some. We've been responsibly trying to drain the water down without flooding anyone out the last week or two, trying to slowly drain the water down between pumping up top and, we have a lot of storage. I mean, Brandon has been up there, was completely full probably 2 weeks ago, slowly been draining it down. We have probably 4 feet of storage in each of the ponds now, which is probably twice as much as we had last week. And I mean, we've taken 2-inch rainstorms with that. And, the storm's coming up, we are confident we're going to have, we can handle these with the storage we have right now on site for Basin 2 and 5.
Potential action item, Mr. Chairman. Lisa Mazinski made a recommendation that, as the planning board did with basin number 1, requiring a redesign, the commission consider requiring a redesign of basin number 5. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that was the next thing I was going to bring up, was that we should have a redesign, have it peer reviewed to make sure that we're trying to eliminate any problems that we have. Because again, you're dealing with a site with a high water table, so any water you put in there is going to create a problem. But we can't change the normal direction of flow that was been there over the years and have it going somewhere else. That's just, it shouldn't happen. So I know your engineer's not here and he's on vacation, whatever, but it's something that we're going to look at, because, again, we can't be directing water other than in places it's been going for hundreds of years, okay? Because it's just...
In a concentrated manner, anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, may I speak, Chair?
Yes.
This is an incredibly unfortunate situation. We've had a catastrophic event that has occurred with weather and a lot of unfortunate things and damage that has happened that we all feel very sorry that this experience has happened, right? I also want to put, at no time has anybody used the word leaking at all for Basin 5. And leaking infers something different than the water table, and or I think it was used recently a spring that possibly popped up. And we have responded multiple times, and we are looking into the conditions that exist and see if our actual design right now matches that. We are doing that. You guys have requested that, and Jeffrey is taking that into consideration as we do these things. There's been some talk, some really, what I would say is emotional comments towards us. And I would like to say that we're trying and we are being responsive to the requests of the demands of the bodies that have given us these orders. And we've been responsible in the way that we've approached trying to get these things done. We are here to do the best that we can, and we feel that that is what we are doing. We will take whatever that advice you have, and we'll come back and provide you those details.
Okay, so do you know when the engineer will be done with some of this redesigning that he's doing?
No, but we can let Brandon know.
They are providing me with written updates, scheduling and otherwise, every time I visit them on Monday. And at the same time, the abutters are very upset. They have every right to be. I also want to keep a friendly relationship with the Blue Wave team. I don't want to alienate them. I want to keep the conversation going so we can progress and not regress. I don't want everybody going back to their corners and hiring lawyers, right? So I'm trying to keep that balance. It's a high wire act, but yeah, that would be an action item to just say redesign it. It might be what it comes to. I'm interested in allowing Jeff, the engineer, to come back and present something first, or at least his ideas on it. That's what I would recommend at this point. But it may be something you take action on. The planning board took action on Basin 1, and it's going to be peer reviewed by Haley Ward, right? The commission can do the same thing with Basin 5 and the other basins if you want to. But let them come back from vacation. I have another meeting coming up, on-site meeting on Wednesday. And I would also hope, you could see that Shirley was not too happy with that document. I'm hoping that you can work things out and make revisions to create a second draft and continue to move forward, because not cleaning up the Mazinski Living Trust property is just, it just has to happen, in my opinion.
And we want to, because that's going to, as of now, even if we don't discharge water, there's silt on their property that's going to keep making its way downhill. So, we want to clean this up as soon as weather permits and we have permission to.
Right, and let's work on that permission and revising the document the way that you would like it. And I'm hoping that either through me as a mediator or directly through the Mazinskis, we can get a revised document that they're happy with.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I add one more thing? Again, Lori Hout, 41 Oak Street. Just, it hasn't, I don't think it's been brought up that it was discussed at the Sutton Conservation Commission about the towns coming together and working on this together. So I just wanted to remind us to talk about that. Thank you.
That was going to be the last thing I mentioned, but thanks for reminding me. So At the Sutton Conservation Commission, an idea was floated, and it would require buy-in from a number of boards, this board included. The idea that was floated was to create a cross-board, cross-town working group of a member or two of applicable boards and me. So it would include probably myself, Matt Benoit, a member or two of the Sutton Conservation Commission, a member or two of the Douglas Conservation Commission, and perhaps a member or two of the Douglas Planning Board. Sutton Planning Board really doesn't come into the play here. So that was the idea that was floated, and so that's what's being presented here to you now, if you have any interest in it. The whole idea is that we have a number of different boards discussing this on different nights with different ideas and in different directives. This way, you could have a group of people from the different boards that are talking to each other so that there's continuity in the directives and the ideas moving forward. That's the idea, anyway.
I would say at this point, I think that Douglas should continue the path we're going.
Okay.
And we'll see where it goes from there. You get too many people involved in this thing, and I think we're going to lose control of what's going on. That's my personal feeling. We have issues with the water leaving the site. Look, we got to get that corrected. Okay? That's number one. And the Basin 5 issue, have that looked at, have it redesigned, have it peer reviewed, okay, to make sure that we're going down the right path. Because we've tried a lot since we've been dealing with this whole project, and it doesn't seem like anything's really working too well. So at this point, I think it's time that we bring in some people that can look at this thing and come up with a reasonable approach as to how to solve these problems.
Okay, so is that something you want to put to a motion regarding Basin 5?
Yeah, it would be something I would put to a motion, yes.
All right, well, then,
So,
Excuse me. I just want to point out, may I please, pardon me?
yeah.
We've referenced the town of Sutton meeting and certain things that were stated there. What is James Moran's former role? What experience does he bring to the Sutton Concom board? I think it's relevant.
as far as site design, none. He was a building contractor in New York City for quite a while. He worked in architectural and, construction and
I think you referenced to us large civil infrastructure. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, from what that Concom member had said towards the end of the meeting, which I'm sure that you can watch the video, is the 2 or 3 times he had come and accompanied Brandon to the site, that he had seen a remarkable difference in the amount of work that had been accomplished and the stabilization of the site. And he acknowledged, while there's still more to occur and to be done, that there was a lot that had been done, and he gave acknowledgement for the work that we had done. I'm saying that simply because a moment ago you stated there was very little that had been done, and there's a great deal that has been done at the site. I want to make sure that the positive that was stated at the Sutton Concom and the evaluations that they brought forth and shared also are heard here.
Okay, so when they said that little was accomplished, is all the complaints that water running off in all different directions, and we've been trying to get this under control, and we just seem to be just going in circles. Not that you guys haven't done work up there, not that you haven't graded it. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, what's the final results? Are we getting closer or not? And on my part, I'm looking at it, and every time I come here, there's someone else that's being affected by water running off the sites. So that's something that I'm concerned that the water should not be leaving the site, number one. We all agree to that. And we got to control it better so that we're not destroying people's houses. They're not getting flooded out, okay? And it's not doing damage to the infrastructure of the roads up there. Certainly, we can do a better job, okay? And that's what I'm saying. When I look at it, very little is being done because I come back here and every meeting, it's somebody else has another unfortunate mishap on their property, and we just can't keep it going. So we do have to address it, and we got to get serious about it.
And I just would, the order of magnitude of, the first events versus now, the pictures are, in, other than the pumping issue, but, we have small amounts of water leaving the site now that if we have it, it's turbid in very small amounts compared to, orders of magnitude difference between leaving an acre of silt in the wetlands to, one small little stream in a corner. We've been managing the water on site for the last month where we haven't discharged, the ponds have been holding, any water that's discharged, we're working diligently to make sure it's clean water that's being discharged, which is within our right to discharge clean water from the site. Not to damage anyone's property, but, water will needs to leave the site. Water.
No, we understand that. We understand it's going to leave someone's site.
Yep.
But again, you can't have it flowing into someone's yard and destroying their property either.
I appreciate that, yeah.
And I understand that there's very little water coming off the site now, whatever the case may be, is greatly reduced. If we get another storm like we had in January, all bets are off. We don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, we've held the 3-inch rainstorm on site since the initial 2 December storms. We've held a 3-inch rainstorm, and we had multiple days in January. We had 5 days of rain in a row, and we've held that water on site.
Okay. I'm looking at that event we had, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen one since then to that magnitude.
Yep.
Okay? And we can handle a 1/4 inch of rain or whatever it may be in the course of 24 hours and so forth. If we get something of substantial rainfall, and I don't know what that site's going to do. I'm not comfortable right now to say that what I've seen up there is adequate to hold it back. I don't know. But this is something your engineer should be looking at. We've already had an incident up there. Let's make sure we're doing something to prevent the next time it happens. We don't want to wait and say, geez, I think it's going to hold, and we wash half the banking down, because it's just not a good practice.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
No. Shirley Mazinski, 60 Oak Street again. I just want to remind all of you, we can't have this mess going down into Lake Manchac. It's water. It's valuable water. People enjoy it in the summer, and we've got spring coming, and spring is wet. That hillside is wet to begin with. And we've seen a mess during the winter. Here we are. And I've heard talk of redesign. We need to redesign Basin 5. You go ahead and everybody approves, or whoever approved Basin 1. It's nothing like Basin 5. We can't have it going down the hill in the woods and into the lake. We keep talking about it, and even although you made reference to the Sutton Concom man saying, oh, you've done a lot of work and so on and so forth, but even he said Basin 5 needs to be redesigned. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. We keep bringing up the pond. It's our understanding that the pond, since 2016, has experienced water testing of a variety of different natures, including PFAS, and that there have been certain businesses and public properties that have been closed down due to some of those tests. Is that accurate?
I don't have those records available to me tonight.
Just is the knowledge accurate without record?
I can't speak on that. Would you like to speak on that?
We would just like to have those records.
Phyllis Charpentier, Manchester Pond Foundation. PFAS testing was conducted by the state back in 2020, 2022. They didn't test Manchog Pond, they tested Manchog Pond public water supplies. So on Manchog Pond, there's 5 public wells, because each campground in the YMCA day camp their well is considered a public water supply. So right now, well, one campground closed, but the campgrounds and the Y were all tested and no detectable limits. So it was the public water supply, not the lake itself.
And we're, okay.
And that's right on the, you can go right online. The Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, they have a portal, and you can look at all sites for the testing. Those wells were tested for other iron, magnesium, whatever.
And were any of those facilities shut down?
No, because there were no detectable limits for PFAS.
No, not considering PFAS, anything?
The wells, the public wells?
No, campgrounds or water slides or anything like that?
I wouldn't know anything about Whiten's Reservoir that has the water slide. The campgrounds are required weekly to be tested. Their public beach is tested, and the Board of Health has those records. Sometimes you'll get a bad test, so you retest later in the day. You know, if you pick up a fish went to the bathroom or, you know, a goose or something, you'll get a higher test.
Okay.
And this past summer, Kings had a bad test. 2 days later, it was clear, but that same day across the shore, a test was conducted, and it was 5.2. So for E. coli, that's like next to nothing.
Got it.
So,
okay.
but the Board of Health has all those records.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the information that...
Could you, Mike, could you come up?
Sorry about that.
No, can you come up and identify yourself?
Okay. Yep.
Thanks.
Mike Fitzpatrick, Board of Selectmen, not here representing the board, but I'm just going to answer the question that the representative from Blue Wave asked you about testing in places that were shut down and things like that. The request for information was submitted today from Blue Wave to the town administrator. They're going to compile that information, they'll get that back to you. I don't think that's anything that any of these boards actually would have any knowledge of. I don't personally have any knowledge of it, and I've been involved in a lot of boards over the years. So that information will be provided to you through the administrator's office.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. Lisa, do you have a question? You good? Okay.
Redesign.
So when's the engineer due back?
The 14th.
14th?
Yeah.
And he's in the process of looking at this stuff and figuring it out?
He is, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to know when he's going to be done so we can get someone else to look at it. Because again, I'm not confident that we're out of the woods with this place at all, so.
If it would please you, we can, by the end of the week after he gets back, we can get an idea of how long it'll take, when it'll happen, and we'll let Brandon know specifically, and he can communicate that to you.
Okay, and then we get it, Brandon, can we get somebody to take a look at it, third party?
That can be worked out. I imagine it would be Haley Ward that's already looking at Basin 1. They were, Matt Benoit requested that they, give a 53G quote for Basin 1 area. I'm sure the same thing could be done for the Basin 5 area. Yeah.
Okay. So I'd like to put a motion. Board, got anything else on that before we go any further? Mark?
Personally, I would not be adverse to meeting with Sutton Conservation Commission and having a joint meeting. It's a two-town problem, and so, maybe our heads together can help the situation. So I would not be adverse to that. Secondly, as we want to keep restudying things, we just have to be careful that there's timeframes on work and getting establishment. And establishment is going to be the best thing that we can possibly do on this site, is to start getting some grass planted and get the dirt, covered with vegetation. So we want to be working, I think, towards that as quickly as we possibly can. Not to say that we want to just push our issues aside, but it has to be a consideration. As we get into the summer, it's just hotter and drier, and you don't get the germination that you're going to get in April and May. So.
No, but we're into February now, and it's probably a good time to take a look at this, because there's nothing going
It
to
is,
grow
but February
anyways.
turns into March and goes.
Well,
into
that's why
April
I'm saying we
really
want
quickly,
to
so.
make sure this gets done quickly,
Yes.
so that when the growing season does come, you can take full advantage of it. I agree with you. But, all right? Anything else?
No, I'll make a motion then that we move forward with the, what was it, 53G account to have a Haley Ward review basin number 5. Or peer review basin number 5.
Of a redesign of Basin number 5.
Yeah, they're working on that now, right?
I mean, I know right now we're looking at some of the like some infiltration trenches and stuff to try to deal more with the, the groundwater issue. I think is some of the things they're looking at. So, I mean, it would be definitely, if a review of Basin 5, I think is, I don't know what the redesign would entail without talking to the engineers. So it's hard to say that. So, I mean, a review, if Haley Ward reviews the current basin design, I don't know.
Well, even if they do that, if only to double-check what was already approved, to see if they agree with, because, obviously there's been problems. So maybe it's worth taking a look at it again.
I mean, and I would just like to say, the problems where these washouts have happened, we hadn't even started building the basin. We had just removed the soil to even begin building the basin, so.
Right,
But we do have a basin up there now, so in effect, you got more water being held up there, so.
Correct. I mean, if basin wasn't there, the water would have been.
Right, but the point of that is if that basin fails, that's a lot of water coming down that
Yeah.
hill. So it will be a major event.
Absolutely.
All right, so I would recommend that you make a motion similar to what the planning board did with Basin number 1, which is require a redesign of Basin number 5 and the hiring of Haley Ward to do a 53G peer review of that design.
That's fine, but what's the time frame? I don't, again, we don't want to be here in the summer trying to figure this thing out either, so it's got to be something that's expedited.
Second meeting in March. I'll give them about a month.
I don't want to put, I don't know what it would take, to.
I don't know either.
With the engineers, I just wouldn't want to speak for that.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to tell you how long until we could speak with them.
I'm hesitant to require a redesign. That terminology doesn't seem appropriate at this point. I think a review is what's required, a peer review, but to say or require a redesign before we know if the design is adequate or not. I don't feel comfortable with it.
Okay.
So if we do review what's there, we can get that started right away.
Right. I would, okay, if you're going to go that route, then a review of the existing design with existing issues taken into consideration, specifically the discharge of groundwater from the base and how that will affect resource areas downhill, and how to alleviate future problems associated with that.
Right. And I think that warrants that we definitely get somebody to look at it and see what's going on and get their input and
Okay, so.
try to get a handle on it.
So let me see, what would be an efficient motion here? Be a motion to review the existing design of Basin 5, as well as the issues surrounding discharge from the base and impacts it will have on resource areas downhill.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question? So the work that you guys are doing for Basin 5, right? Is that just like a easy fix, or
Jim,
is that?
can you speak? I can't.
Sorry. The work that you're doing, is that like a quick fix, or is that an actual, like, something that is normally done?
It was in the original design, so the wick was always in the design.
Okay.
Not, I don't know, always, but the approved design had the wick in there.
Okay.
And that design was reviewed by a third party as a part of our approval process.
I had a couple questions from the floor.
No, we just couldn't hear.
Oh.
I'd just like to ask that a design review include an actual measurement of the infiltration rate at the basin. Thank you.
So, as Mr. Rossi just said, just as with, was required with Basin 1, in situ infiltration rates, double ring infiltrometer be done Basin 5 as part of the rubric for the assessment.
May I ask for what reason, if the design itself has the least standard available for any infiltration, doesn't take into consideration infiltration?
Yeah, that's a good question that Jeff would be best to ask, because if it's designed in an infiltration rate of 0.00 inches an hour, with the wick drain taking care of the actual draining, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I would have to ask Jeff. I wish Jeff was here tonight. That's all I can say.
Would this not come out in the third-party review if there is a need to do something beyond what the basin's designed for?
I would think yes.
We'll go to question on the floor.
Hello again, Lori Haupt, 41 Oak Street. So from my perspective, what Bill Rossi was saying was regarding the infiltration rate relates to the sizing of the basins, in as much as the infiltration rate. We understand the infiltration rate at the basins is 0 unless you have the wicks in, but the basins were sized based on an understanding of the water table and evapotranspiration and all that stuff on the site, and those numbers seem to have been flawed. So I think that that's what Bill was getting at. Thank you.
I would ask the same question, that in the event that those were flawed, that would come out in the third-party review.
Well, I'd like to have somebody take a look at it. That would be my recommendation. It's up to the board whether they want to, but somebody should be taking a look at it. With what we have going on right now with the leakage and the original design, was it figured correctly? Or is there
That would
another
be good to know.
situation that has shown up that nobody counted for?
Right, that would be good to know.
Which would be the peer review anyways, right?
It would be in the peer review, right? And if in situ infiltration testing is required as part of that, then I would support it, and I would recommend to Haley Ward that it gets done.
You good with that, Mark?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Want to make a motion?
So moved.
Okay, so we're going to send it out and get it, have somebody review it with the problems that are currently happening and see if the design was calculated, or is there something that's showing up that nobody planned on, okay?
And they're familiar with the site. I mean, they do site inspections and stuff, so Haley Ward does site, so there is some familiarity with the current site conditions out there.
You need a second.
Yeah, I know. Can we get a second on that so we can, Mike? All those in favor?
Mark Mongemi.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farnine.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. So,
All right, we'll get, I'll be in touch with Pat Benoit tomorrow to get this ball rolling.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
See you Wednesday.
Yeah.
Just remember tomorrow, anytime you spend on this, make sure it gets in the first place.
Okay, next, we're going to have CRG 105-123 Gilboa Street, DEP number 143-1042.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Todd Morey from Beals Associates. With me tonight via Zoom is Mitch Roush from Clayco, and I believe, Ariel Leclerc from SWCA. I think rather than me try to give you updates, since they are on-site, responsible for their site, and dealing with this on a much more frequent basis than I am, I will turn it over to both Mitch and Ariel with the chair's permission.
Okay.
Good evening, Mitch Roush with Clayco. As I responded to the board last week,
Can you get a little closer so we can hear you? We're having a tough time.
due to turnover at the site and getting some of the corrections made,
Excuse me. Can you get it, so we can get a little better volume on that, because we're having a tough time?
can you hear me now?
A little better. Is there any way to increase the volume in the room from here?
Not for Zoom. It's his end, it has to come up.
Okay. All I recommend, Mitch, is just try to speak loudly and clearly. Thank you.
As I stated, it took a little while because of some turnover on the site to get some corrections made. There were multiple corrections made to a lot of the erosion measures and some of the damage that had taken place. As of today, the washout area has been fully stabilized with 3 to 4 inch riprap, as well as riprap 12 to 18 inches, it looks like. And then there has been the asphalt, where the asphalt washed out, there has been some temporary patching done in that area. The isolated land subject to flooding. Where the initial washout occurred has been removed from down there and has some rough grading taken place. And with the storm coming in, the contractor has pulled off of doing additional work to, in a sense, so that there is no additional damage. And right now, with the stabilization that we've been able to put back in place in that area, we are going to probably hold off until the third or last week of March to come back in and complete the cleanup down there, the requested soils and plantings, the additional riprap on the infiltration basin, and then remove the road that has washed out and replace the road and curb area.
Okay. So the cleanup has already started down there?
As far as of today, all the soils that had washed out down the slope have been removed. And the area is basically back to grade. Again, the only thing, the suggestion that came from SWCA is putting another row of silt fence, which I've talked to the contractor about getting put in. And then come springtime, we will end up putting that layer of soils per the restoration plan and the plantings and trees back in the area. And then we can talk further about the filtering of the wetland area, as we had a test run late last week for the filtering process that still remain required.
Did, Brennan, did you get I asked for a topo map of the area.
I have not received that.
Do you have an idea when we might get that?
Yeah, actually, we have the draft of it in our office prepared. I'm going through it, and the reason I'm going through it very carefully is because the as-built grades are right dead on the proposed grades. So the way they built this site was with machine grading, so everything was GPS controlled. So it's probably one of the more accurate ones I've ever seen. So I'm going through with a fine-tooth comb just to make sure there's nothing funny going on with what we got.
You can get that to us as...
Yeah, you'll have that within a week.
Okay. Brennan? Excuse me, wait a minute. Are you all set there with your presentation? I guess so. Okay, Brennan?
Yeah, thank you. What I'd like to do moving forward, and I've written a couple of emails to this effect, is that there's a SWIP inspector involved with this, that in the end, you know, after every inspection, there's an assessment of the area, and there's recommendations about what needs to be done. And then directives as to what needs to be done. And I want to make sure, and that's why Mr. Clerk is on the call tonight, and I wanted to ask her, is Clayco up to date on addressing the issues that you have outlined in your SWIP reports right now? And if not, are there any outstanding issues that need to be addressed? Because I want to make sure, going forward, that all issues stated in the SWIP reports are addressed in a timely manner. So, Ariel, are you there?
Yes.
All right, just barely. Could you speak directly into the microphone and quite loudly, because it's very quiet on our end?
Okay. So Clayco did a lot of repairs, and I was able to give them, you know, pretty much what I would call a clean report a couple of weeks ago, other than, you know, just documenting that the ongoing repairs were being done at the area of the stormwater washout at Infiltration Basin 1. On Friday, I did have a few minor routine maintenance items that need to be addressed. I'm not sure if those have been addressed yet, but once again, that was on Friday, so.
Well, I would consider 7 days timely.
Right. But there's nothing major outstanding. Even the new items I had on Friday, they were just minor items, like repairing the wattles that were in infiltration basin 1. I don't know if you can see in Mitch's photo, but those just need to be realigned, things like that. Nothing major. So there's nothing major outstanding.
Right. Well, even these minor issues, if they're not taken care of in a timely manner, can lead to major issues. So I would still like to see those issues addressed in a timely manner. Now, we're having a big snowstorm tomorrow, so if they weren't taken care of today, I don't think they're going to get taken care of for a while. We have to deal with weather. No way around that. But I see my role moving forward as the enforcer. Okay, so you have the SWIP inspector. It's their main job to go out there, do the inspections, and find out what needs to be addressed. That's put into a report. It's forwarded to Clayco. It's forwarded to all the parties, myself included. And I want to make sure that all the issues are being addressed in a timely manner. And if they're not, I'm going to bring this to the Conservation Commission and go as far as recommending fining Clayco if they're not addressed. This is partly how we got to where we are today with all the issues. And it's not just with the blowout on the side of the building going into Uxbridge. It has to do with issues with the entrance drive and near the Mumford River. There was, this back in October when Art Allen and Ecotech was still the town's representative on this project. There was a really bad taste put in my mouth when there was a meeting where Mr. Allen made recommendations, and the chair asked the representative from Clayco, so you're going to get that done, right? And the representative from Clayco outright said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't feel it needs to be done. And I was incredulous. I hope you all remember that meeting as well. And now that Ecotech's out of the picture and I'm the person who's filled in their position, that will not be an answer that I recommend that the commission accepts. So I see myself as the enforcer. If these issues are not addressed in a timely manner, I'm going to recommend the appropriate action to the Conservation Commission as soon as possible.
I agree.
Yeah.
Back to what you said, Ariel, as of today, they were out there, they fixed all those minor issues, the silt fence issues, as well as the wattles down in the basin. The only thing they were not able to do because they didn't have the material readily available was the additional silt fence down in the washout area and the second row of wattles. So as soon as this storm is past and we have some clearing, those issues will be addressed also. So when you get out there this week, you'll be able to see where your concerns were from last week that had been addressed.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Mitch. Question for Ariel. How are things in potentially Mr. Maury?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's getting late.
It's all right.
Yeah. How are things going in Uxbridge? Just as an update. Any progress on the Uxbridge side of things with the cleanup of the ILSF? And there's still a lot of fine sediments and all throughout that area.
So I received some data. I received it, Dave, I think on Friday, actually, either Thursday or Friday. It's unofficial data. I didn't conduct the test. I don't know the controls that were, how the test was conducted, but they had run the company that they're looking at to do some of the pumping and filtering had run a turbidity test, and they're down to 7.3, and those are FTUs, not NTUs, but FTUs and NTUs are pretty much the same. But it's down to 7.3 in that, and that's in the back.
In the actual ILSF that was flagged.
Again, I don't know what control was on that. I don't know who specifically conducted it, I don't know how official that can be. So I wasn't really going to bring it up, but since you asked, that's been done. As far as communications and dealings with the Uxbridge Conservation Commission, we have forwarded the restoration plan, let them know that that's under peer review by Haley Ward at the moment, and they were going to have Mr. Allen make some recommendations about what else should be done in that back area as well, the backwater body. So we're awaiting those kind of instructions. And to be perfectly honest with you, I was going to wait about another 2 weeks, and then if I still hadn't heard anything, then I was going to start reaching out and saying, we're going to get back into that window of where, because by the time March rolls around, we're going to want to be doing that infiltration testing in that basin. So we're going to be wanting to get back out there, which means our office is going to start getting antsy about some of these things. So that's where the 2 weeks comes from, generally.
Okay, and you may ask, well, why do we care about what's going on the Uxbridge side? That's their business, it's their jurisdiction. Keep in mind that the owner of the land on the Uxbridge side is the town of Douglas. So this is your property. So I think that you have every, interest in seeing that, in how it gets done. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
But just wanted to add, in general, it's settling out fairly nicely. I don't know what the readings were, say, a month ago, but I can almost guarantee they were not 7.3. They were much higher.
The settling out also concerns me a bit because then
that's a negative.
You end up with that veneer of fine sediment at the bottom. I don't know how that's going to affect the invertebrate aquatic life that's in it. So, you have fingernail clams, you have fairy shrimp. These are, invertebrates that inhabit vernal pools, and if you have that veneer, I don't know, you might be suffocating them for all I know. So, I hope that that's taken into consideration as well.
If that's the case, then we're going to have to figure out what to do as far as cleaning that out.
There are certain vertebrates too, like turtles, that will winter under the water in the muck. So I don't know if it's going to affect them either, but it's a concern I have. Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Sure. I appreciate that Clayco has, started to remove the sediment that's above the ILSF and is working on the restoration. But I'm going to go back to that. I'm still concerned about the design and how the water has broken out of the basin twice now, gone over the road and ripped apart the bank. And there's still water in the basin. So it still doesn't have the volume that it's supposed to have. And there's still not infiltration in that basin. So we're making all these repairs, and yet the cause of why we're making these repairs still exists. And I'm not hearing very much about what is being done to fix that situation. You said something about some infiltration tests in March, late March or something like that? Is that, and what is that going to prove or show? And why does it have to wait till late March?
I'll answer that if you're ready for it. So what the infiltration tests will show is we're going to do 2 rounds of it, and this was in our restoration plan. One round is going to be in the bottom as it exists today. Once they can pump the water out, it's going to be in the bottom as it exists today. And what we expect is that's going to show that it's nearly 0 infiltration rate. Once the sediment has been removed, we're going to run another round of tests right next to where we ran that first round. And we're going to ensure that we are running at the design rate. And when you do an infiltration test, and actually Brandon had mentioned the equipment we'll be using, double ring infiltrometers. You run the test, and your design rate is actually half of what you actually get for a rate. So if we run that test and we're getting 10 inches per hour, then
that by 2.
the design rate would be 5 inches per hour instead of the 10 that you actually saw.
Right.
And that's done just as an engineering factor of safety. That pond was designed just over 8 inches per hour. That's the design rate that was used. And that was based on a textural analysis of the soil that was out there, as well as borings that went probably 20 or 30 feet below that basin. So I think this infiltration testing, the purpose of it is to verify the design. If those design parameters are verified, then there is adequate volume. If those design parameters cannot be verified, then there is not adequate volume. And we have to do something to provide the volume that needs to be there. So that's the purpose of the infiltration testing. As far as the timing goes, why wait until then? They've done some quick pump tests on that, trying to get that out. There's a pretty good-sized groundwater cutoff on the south side of the building. And we put that in there. That was designed. We knew there was high groundwater on that far end. Right now, as we speak, that thing is discharging quite a bit of water. So every time they get that level down in the pond, it comes back up because where that groundwater cutoff is directed. So once that settles down a little bit, and we think that's probably another couple weeks, then we can get in there, get the pond pumped down, then we can do the infiltration testing. That's the reason for the timing of it. We simply just can't get the water down right now. It won't go down.
So if you can't get the water down right now, does that mean that we will not get infiltration when you're at high water table?
No, it's not coming in. It's not coming in from the water table. It's coming in through a series of pipes. So it's not a matter of the water table's up high. The water table on the south end of the building is high.
Right.
We have groundwater coming into a cutoff pipe.
Yeah.
That pipe is actually discharging into the pond right now. So it's not, we haven't.
You're saying it won't discharge into the pond in the future?
It will discharge into the pond in the future. But the difference is that once we get the sediment out of the bottom of the pond, then it goes right back into the water. Right back into the ground, right back into the
I think
ground.
what he's saying, everything on the bank is washed down into the pond and stopping it from raining.
I understand that.
Yep. And that is the single biggest issue we have with that pond right now, is the fact that the bottom of that is blinded out. So if you'll notice, I think there was a picture that was.
I'm just wondering why we can't pump down the pond to dry out the bottom of the pond to remove that sediment at this time. Why are we?
Because we still have a large amount of water coming into the pond. So every time we start pumping it out, there's more water coming in. And there was a picture that was up earlier that showed the water level kind of where it is. I think it was just taken the other day.
Yeah, one moment, and I'll find it. Hello, come on.
That water level just about coincides with where the sediment is on the sides. So every time we get some rain, and we figured it's just over 3 inches of rain that tops that causes that to go up and over. But every time we get some rain, the water comes up. And what's happening is it's infiltrating out the sides instead of down through the bottom, because it just literally can't get through the bottom at the moment, but it can get out the sides. Then when that water level drops down to where the sediment is currently sitting, then it stops.
That help you?
There it is. That's the one. That's what I was thinking. Yep.
This was a flyover that my people did on the 9th.
So, and I don't know if any of the commission members went on site over the summertime, but I would not characterize this past summer as a dry summer by any means. I think it was pretty wet. That basin stayed dry most of the summer. So until we got to the real bad sediment issues from the side slopes and things like that you mentioned, we weren't seeing any issues at all with that basin. So
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
I was just saying, so for lack of better terms, it's kind of a fine, like almost like a clay liner in the bottom of that basin that's preventing infiltration from the top down, not so much groundwater from the bottom up.
Correct. That's a very good way to put it.
So why was the bank topsoiled and not stabilized before, so late in the year?
I don't have an answer for that.
And so going forward, are you going to be stabilizing the bank prior to reworking the bottom so that it doesn't occur again?
We won't put this into operation as a full infiltration basin until every square inch that's tributary to it is stabilized. And by stabilized, what I mean is it's either paved, covered with riprap, or covered with vegetation.
Given how much of this site is developed and paved and covered by buildings, even if you wanted to pump it out right now, where could you even pump it out to?
It would have to go through a series of frac tanks, and I think that there's some description in the restoration plan. So the idea is we'll run it through 3 filters. I think it's a 25 micron, a 15 micron, and I forget if the last one was it's either 10 or 5 micron.
And this is what you plan on doing in March?
This is what we plan on doing, yep.
Okay.
And then from there, we can either put it back into the catch basin system that runs down the hill, or we can put it into one of the large underground systems. There's a lot, because at that point, it's pretty clean. So that's what we plan on doing with it.
Okay.
And I just am, you already talked about it in the ILSFs and making sure that the turbidity is removed and the sediments that have gone into the ILSF themselves, not just that material that was deposited on the edge, is removed as part of the restoration.
That's what I would recommend to the town of Uxbridge to do, and post haste, because you've got about 6 weeks or so before the vernal pool season starts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And these are vernal pools, in my opinion. They may not be certified, but I'll bet dollars to donuts that there's vernal pool species in it.
If I may make a suggestion, I don't know, I sensed at the last group that was up here, there was a little bit of hesitation about working with the Sutton Conservation Commission. Well, there was hesitation, or maybe looking forward to it, or whatever, but just not sure which direction that was going to go. Is it possible to communicate with the Uxbridge Conservation Commission to just, I mean, we're ready, and we're waiting to hear what the recommendations that come out of them are. And that was part of our enforcement order with them, was that we had to wait until we got the recommendation that came from.
Well, this dynamic here is a little different in that this town of Douglas owns the land that was impacted. So I would think it's kind of like, it should be a requirement to coordinate with the Uxbridge Concom, because it's your land, right? So it's a little different than over on Oak Street. So I've already had a conversation with Emily Petro, who's the Consecon agent in Uxbridge. This was like 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, just to get up to speed on everything that's going on. I haven't spoken to her since. I think I've sent her, you see these photographs right here? I sent those to her recently as a visual aid that might help her and the commission over there as well. But I even want to be able to attend a Uxbridge Concom meeting to speak on behalf of the commission with your permission. And if anybody wants to join me, that'd be great if you allow it. To just tell them that the town of Douglas is, and the Conservation Commission over here is paying attention to the situation, and to remind them that it is Douglas land, and that coordinating, so everybody understands what page everybody's on, would be a good thing.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right, thank you.
I'm all for it.
Okay.
Good.
Is there anything from you all set?
I'm all set if you are.
Mike, you all set? Mike, you all set?
Fine.
Jim?
Good.
Anybody from the audience? Is anybody on Zoom?
Matt.
Matt?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind the commission that
Matt, you're.
By the Board of Selectmen.
Hold on, Matt. You're kind of breaking up.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yep.
Yep.
Just wanted to remind the commission that the property is owned by the Board of Selectmen, so it might be proper to invite a member of the Board of Selectmen to that.
Absolutely.
Conservation Commission.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else from the, that's online? No? Okay, thank you for your update.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel.
Lakeside, Lakeshore Drive.
Are you still awake?
Yep, I'm hanging in there.
That's the next one, right?
Almost there.
Lakeshore Drive enforcement order. Anybody here for that? Come on up.
Dave Cahill, I own property down there. I just want to get updated on the latest complaint or whatever is going on here. I hear sketchy information, that's why I just want to, I think Brandon must.
As far as the complaint, there's no formal complaint. There have been comments on social media, which I don't pay attention to.
I don't blame you.
So, I mean, that's my update as far as complaints. As far as the situation, here's my understanding, and I did a site visit today, just so I would be updated and be able to give the commission a good update. So I have some pictures to show the commission, and give me a moment to bring it up so I can give you the tour, if it's okay. So these pictures were taken this afternoon. This is Lakeshore Drive, right around just before the this barn right here on the left is Mr. Goodison's barn. And this is across the street on one of the new lots that has been broken off that was bought by Mr. Goodison. And he has taken it upon himself to create some stormwater structures using what I call Swamp Yankee engineering, given the fact that this is all privately owned property, including the road. The road itself, or at least a portion of it, is owned by Mr. Cahill. And
that's another issue. I gotta.
Go ahead.
My attorneys handling that, and they're working with the town council attorneys because it's supposed to be turned over to the association, the whole thing.
Right. Right now, I'm acting on this whole.
I get a stack of stuff to stick from the town, from the researchers. There's another party doing, but
right.
I talked to my attorney tonight, but anyway, that's irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, anyway, well, yes and no, but as it stands right now, the tax assessor has the road being owned by you, Mr. Cahill. So here's how I see it.
Yeah, that's, yep, go ahead.
Right, so here's how I see it. Mr. Goodison is doing a lot of work of his own accord to make drainage improvements in and around the road in non-jurisdictional areas to the Conservation Commission. Installing small basins, installing a catch basin, installing interceptor drains, or what I call scuppers, along the side of the road, and there are a lot of them. He has, I counted 9 of these in a row to, look at him going all the way down here. Yeah. So, and they're all connected. And I asked, well, why have so many? Like, why go 20, 30 feet and then have another open area? The idea, he said, was that if they get clogged, there'll be less area to have to figure out where it got clogged. Okay? So, you know, here's the other thing is that the work is being done more than 100 feet away from resource areas. All the water is going from the road, and Mr. Goodison and Mr. Cahill doing this work to direct the water onto Mr. Goodison's land. So he is receiving the water from the road voluntarily. I can't, there's not much I can do to complain about that.
He's doing a great job.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it during the storm myself, but he says that a lot of the runoff and erosion issues on the road have been alleviated. We've had some big storms in December, and this was before all, he's been continuing to do all this work. So I would imagine that the situation keeps on improving more and more. So again, work is being taken, being done in non-jurisdictional areas. The water is being voluntarily received by Mr. Goodison on his land. And they're doing the work themselves. I'm sure it's not a cheap project either. So I'm very pleased with the progress. So that's it.
Looks a lot better than last time I seen it.
Yeah.
Mark?
I think it's great that they're, that they're doing this work and they're improving the situation. It was not a good situation when I first saw it in July of last year, so it's
Yeah, well, that's,
way better now.
Yeah, there was no stormwater infrastructure. It was just a sluiceway straight down Lake Shore and down to the water. And there is some sediment down in the water that still needs to be removed. But the water in the lake has been very high, and then it froze over. So now the water's still, the ice is still high. You can't even get in there to get it out if you wanted to right now.
So like I think we requested just to have an as-built of what
Right.
has been installed.
yeah.
And that, Mr. Goodison has told me, is in the works. Do you have an update on that? Mr.?
Yeah, I talked, they would have had it done already, but the snow was on the road edge, and they kind of wanted to get it accurate as far as, the contour of the property, so.
I'm also told that the catch basin wasn't installed yet, and they wanted to wait until that gets installed,
Yeah,
so that could be.
Jack put that in.
Yeah, as far as I see it, there's no more like structures that need to be put in.
No,
So that now the as-built can really move forward.
Yeah, because I put 2 new ones up in the top side. My son-in-law he spent like $6,000 doing one at the bottom of the hill where you're coming down, which has nothing to do with conservation, but then I put 2 of them in, put 1,000 feet down from that, so that kind of solved the problem I created when I built the house over there, and we had that monsoon rains, and ended up in the guy's driveway across the street. But him and I worked together, he gave me an easement, and we solved that problem, so I think we're all good.
Yeah, I just imagine if we didn't have a willing participant to do the work, or, who would be willing to receive the water, this would be a total disaster right now.
Yeah, well, I've been down there over 40 years, and, things have changed a little bit as far as down the bottom there, and they're all, the problem solved, I think it's an overkill, which is the way Jack does things, the right way.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Anything, Mark?
Nope.
Mike, anything?
No.
Jim? Anybody else in the audience?
Yep, if I can speak.
My name's Kevin DeShane, 30 Lakeshore. I own a 3-acre parcel down there. Just want to say Jack has stepped up, done a phenomenal job, didn't waste any time, spending a lot of money. He has a full-time guy just taking care of the problems. As they say, problem solved. Takes the water on his property, disperses it. Again, I just wanted to say he's doing a great job.
Okay.
My daughter owns a lot right next to me. We're building 2 houses there. If you probably went by there today, we got the silt fences in and stuff like that, but obviously this time of year it's tough to build. So hopefully, as soon as it gets a little better, we're going to get some ground cover and proceed with building the houses and live our lives on a nice, quiet road.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, if you direct your eyes up to the screen, I just wanted to point out that the road is considered a separate lot, actually has its own map and lot number, owed by David Cahill, and this is the section of road right here. So I'm treating it as a lot that's owned by Mr. Cahill, and any erosion, sedimentation, runoff issues are therefore his responsibility. And he's been taking responsibility for it with the help of Mr. Goodison. That's how I see it.
Can you point out on that plan where Mr. Goodison's property is and where the water runs off the actual road?
Sure. So, Mr. Goodison, right here. And I don't think, is it this one? No, yeah, this one as well. So these two lots. Okay. And the water was running down the hill, around this corner, and right, see this spot right here? It's coming right down in here and then down, then kind of taking a turn up like this and then into water over here. That's what
where
it was
went in the
doing.
water, right.
Yeah. That's
And
what it
now
was
it's
doing.
not. Now it's coming off.
Now it's coming off in several places in
Along-
scuppers along this side, on the north side.
Will it eventually need some kind of an easement or anything to where,
Well,
where it exits, where it final exits?
if Mr. Goodison sells his property and the new owner doesn't like it, maybe.
Mr. Goodison, you can't sell your property.
Well, I'm 70 years old, and that's where I tend to lay down right there. I'll leave the problem.
Yeah, and how long will that be? Another 30 years, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I hope.
Okay, is there anything else on the floor? No? Anything from anybody on Zoom?
Yeah, if I can speak, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, good evening. This is Robert Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive, owner of parcel 40 and parcel 39.2. And, I have a couple of comments, and I, too, want to go on record thanking and congratulating Mr. Goodison or commending him for stepping up and doing this work. Brandon, to your point, I think without his contribution here, this would be very different. However, the previous discussions, and in fact, the enforcement order it names myself, Jack, and Mr. Cahill. It also named, the original version named the homeowners association, but it's my understanding the board did not, or the conservation agent did not send those notices to the individuals of the homeowners association. So that's a concern. But it's discouraging to me to hear folks say, problem solved, problem solved. Maybe the water on the road is solved, but I've had professional engineering services estimate the amount of material that went into the lake. It was estimated at between 5 and 10 yards. It's still there. The problem is not solved. The enforcement order, which this board wrote, reads that a restoration plan shall be implemented. I'm just a downhill guy. I'm looking uphill at Mr. Cahill's road, which was the source of the water, and which destroyed is the right word, destroyed my property and deposited the surface of the road into the lake. Now, I need to be comfortable that this will be restored, and it shouldn't be at my expense. So I'm here to point and look at Mr. Cahill directly and ask him, will he commit to the restoration plan? And we have estimates from multiple contractors. They will not touch this until they're certain that the road situation is resolved. I think we're getting pretty close to the water coming up the road. There are certainly problems with the road on the way down, potholes and stuff. I feel that's a private issue, but I think we've been around that with our attorney as well. But I need some assurance that the restoration plan, which we pay to develop in compliance with the order, as the only person in compliance with the order, I need assurance that that's going to be taken care of to complete a restoration plan, to get myself out of the, off of to comply with the enforcement order.
Mr. Chairman, as far as the parties are concerned, Back in August, the commission cast a very wide net because we weren't even sure who the potential responsible parties should even be. Was there even an association? I mean, now we know beyond a doubt that the road, at the moment anyway, I know you're working on association issues, Mr. Cahill.
It's supposed to be already taken care of, but
Yeah, well,
whatever. Yep.
I'm going on the presumption now that I understand, as the dust begins to settle as the months go by, that the road is owned by yourself, all right?
It was, yes, yep.
Right, and that could be changing soon.
Right.
I don't, and then there was Mr. Moran, who, I think he was put on because of Law 39.2. He's done engineering and done remediation work on his property. There's the association. Here's the thing is that at this point, I don't know if it's even necessary to update the enforcement order with the responsible parties because the work is being done. I think Mr. Moran is concerned about having to clean up the 5 to 10 yards of sediment that went into the Manchog Pond through his property because the problem, the origination of the problem was the road. Why should he be responsible for the sediment in the pond? Okay, so here's how I see it from a regulatory standpoint. Who cleans it up doesn't really matter to the commission, just as long as somebody cleans it up. The homeowners, the property owners can fight it out civilly if they want, but it has to get cleaned up somehow by somebody. It's the commission's responsibility to point out the nonconformity and require the work to bring it back into conformity. Who does the work really doesn't matter to the commission, just as long as it gets done. That's how I see it.
Well, the enforcement order will stay in effect until it is cleaned up.
That's right.
So, again, like you said, who does it is really irrelevant. That's for them to do work out among themselves. And
Right. And the fear that I had was on the road is like, who is going to do the stormwater work? Well, it wasn't the commission's responsibility to direct any one owner to do it. It's up to them to work it out amongst themselves so they can get back into compliance.
So do you put a time frame on for them, and then if it's not completed by such and such date, then what happens?
Well, you got to wait until the weather's permittable for them to get in the water and do it and minimize any effect that might have on Manchog, because it went out into the pond quite a bit, right?
No, actually, no. It settled out pretty close to the shore.
Okay, but they're still going to be within the water, so they got to wait until the weather's right to do it.
Right. My hope was, 'cause they draw Manchog Pond down every year. So I was hoping that the area would be exposed, so it would be easy digging. It's like we're talking, one, half dump truck load full. But with all the rain we've gotten, the water level has remained high even when they've opened up the gates down at the dam. And then it's frozen over. It froze over high, so the water level might actually be below the ice level, but it hasn't melted completely. So that's another problem. So everybody, you're all going to have to work it out amongst yourselves who does the cleanup.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, when he blamed the material coming off of Lot E, which I sold to Mr. Goodison, and 9 cubic yards came off of Lot E, and not a dead leaf came off Lot E. That's the way he came to the board the first time, which is a lie. And the second thing is, the property, when I sold the property, because I lived in the house, the banking going down to the pond from his access was all grass. Then he rototilled it with all those ATVs, and that's what's in the pond. There's some road sand and stuff like that, but it's Me and Bob Murphy's been down there half a dozen times since this has gone on, and, you know, that's where most of the material came besides the sand from the road. You know, maybe a yard or two came from the road, but
You can split hairs about,
it was all erosion control all done, you know?
yeah, where did the water come from, where did the sediment come from?
I know where it came from, yeah.
It's down the lake.
Yeah.
I recommend the commission, there's already an order to get it out of there. How it gets out of there, it's your problem.
Not my problem, but
Well, there you go. It's somebody's problem.
Yeah, it's not
Somebody has to agree to get it out.
that's right.
The commission doesn't care.
No. All righty, thank you so much.
Thanks. That's it for the update, right?
I hope so.
Just before we leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
Is there anything else before we?
Mr. Moran had one last thing.
Yes.
So there are 6 construction sites active on Lakeshore Drive right now. And Mr. Duchesne put silk fence up on one of the sites. Jack has some on Lot E. But to my knowledge, there is no other silk fence, and it appears to be no other erosion control measures. There was certainly no stormwater calculations as required by DEP regulations when you do more than 4 lots. And there were no stormwater mitigation. Well, there have been 2 culverts installed, but in the absence of calculations, it's not clear that that solves everything. I mean, we're going to get a test of this tonight, but I just want to make sure I understand the commission's position that nobody in this town is going to require stormwater management calculations or stormwater infrastructure for anywhere on Lakeshore Drive?
It's a private road in a non-jurisdictional area. So I do not believe that any engineering is required.
Okay, last question. Is the plan that's required, does that have to be an engineered stamped plan, or is it some kind of sketch
The as-built has to be stamped by a professional land surveyor.
by a land surveyor?
Right, and that's just to get an idea of what the existing conditions are. It does not necessarily include any engineering right now.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak. Hello?
Yep. Can you identify yourself, please?
Sharon Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive.
Speak up.
I am very upset about how this whole thing went. I would implore the commission to go back and review every hearing. And what was said, the first hearing we went to, it was said whoever was responsible would make restoration. That didn't happen. Then we were told we were going to do an enforcement order and that the homeowners association would be included in that. That had nothing to do with us. Mr. Cahill drug them in by creating this false homeowners association that has nobody in it. So that was issued incorrectly. I was told in writing that it was going to be resolved by the next hearing, was not done. Now, we're being told, okay, the road is Mr. Cahill's. First time I ever heard that was about a week ago. Since all this happened, there has been 2 culverts put on the south side of Lakeshore Drive. One on Lot E, which we never said that's where the water was coming from. We said it was coming from the top. And another one further up. Mr. Cahill has installed a culvert to run across his property, 14 Lakeshore Drive, and put a culvert across the road. Never did he have an engineered plan. We were all told, unfortunately, we had to have an engineered plan. We are the only ones that complied with that. So now the commission is now going back and saying, oh no, we're not going to make judgment on who restores the property. Mr. Cahill's on record now saying that it all came down from our slope that had full grass on it. When we bought this home, there was a problem, and you guys had an enforcement order on that slope. And Mr. Goodison put in writing he would take care of it, and he absolutely did. And he did install grass. And it did come up somewhat. It did not come up fully, and we could not water. We did not have water down there at the time. Mr. Goodison was not there all the time. When he did water it. Unfortunately, the grass did not hold. I am handicapped by state law, and I had to be able to get up and down, and yes, we used our ATV. Prior to this storm, we had already contacted Robert Murphy, who did the original plan for the grass, and he was to come out here until he saw the photos and the videos. If you go back and look to the 2 videos that we sent on the first COMCOM meeting, you will see the water rushing down over Mr. Goodison's fence, and if you look just to the right of that, you will see the piece of parcel of ours that is in question, and you will not see any water from the road running down. This issue started when Mr. Cahill started clearing lots, not when Mr. Duchesne did. He did not put stormwater management in. He had no barriers up to protect the road. And that is where this goes. Unlike my husband, I'm not going to just settle and say, oh, we have to go and figure this out ourselves. I'm not ending it here. I'm going to the DEP. I'm going to my state rep. I'm going to a senator. This project here should have never been approved by the planning board without provisions for storm water management. He was approved for 7 acres, and if you have 1 acre, you are supposed to put stormwater management in. This is a cluster from a lot of different departments and Mr. Cahill. So if this is the route that the commission wants to take, we'll have to, I guess, accept it for now, but I'm not letting it go. This was an injustice to us. We are a tax-paying citizen that pays our taxes on time. You don't have to come chasing us for them. There's no liens on our property. So I appreciate you listening to me, but I implore you to go back. Not read, but look at the videos. Look what was said on each meeting. And we are the only one that's supplied. You want us to put work on a piece of property that you don't even know if this is solved. And we can't do any work because everybody that we have come in says the road needs to be addressed, which is Mr. Cahill's and his homeowners association, his whole 3 homeowners. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the town is going to let it go this route. But I personally am not letting it go. So thank you for listening to me. I implore you to go back and look at the videos and look at what was said at each COMCOM meeting and what you were going to do. And what you will find out is not one thing that the commission has asked for, except from us, has been provided. And for the record, Mr. Goodison has done all the work. Mr. Cahill has done nothing. Nothing. And if that's what's being presented to you, that's incorrect. He hasn't been not out here doing anything. So Mr. Goodison has put his time, his money, and his worker, and that's his choice. But we don't know that this is solved Mr. Cahill has done nothing on the road. And thank you for your time. But I just wanted to be on record that I'm not letting this go.
This will not be the end of this, I agree.
No. I don't understand. People are resigning and leaving and, nobody wants to take responsibility. That's not the way this should go. The town made an error in issuing that order. They could have issued it as an A&R with provisions that he put in stormwater management. He's a contractor. His excuse that he didn't know is bull. Is absolute bull. But I'm not letting it go. And, I guess my husband's on the same page. But this will not be the end of it. So thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the Zoom?
I just want to answer one question that she had. Whoever bought those lots are an association. It's right in their deeds. And if she's got any issues, she can call my attorney on the road. That's all.
What does the association mean for the road, Mr. Cahill?
Well, what's happening is when I got approved by a planning board, Mr. Furno wanted somebody else helping with the road. So we formed an association so that, like Mr. Goodison, Mr. DeShane, they'll be helping, my son-in-law.
So does that mean the association owns the road, or?
Yes.
So they...
And everybody else owns the lineal footage of their frontage owns at the center of the road.
Okay. All right, so...
I mean, you could talk to my attorney on that.
So based on this map up here, that includes these lots in this area right here, right? And maybe these two lots here?
There's 7 people in the association right now.
All right, well, what about this area down here? Because it shows you owning all the way to the end.
Oh, I used to own the road.
Right, but if the association owns to the middle of the road with all these...
No, the homeowners, if you have 200-foot frontage, it goes to the center of the road.
Okay.
Each individual owner.
So does that...
Like every other private road in town.
Does that include the lots down this way?
Yes.
And how do you get signed up to be in this association?
Well, you can, we're going to form a committee. And
is anyone paying anything into the
we're gonna be
association
paying
right now?
into it, yes. Not yet, no.
Okay, does that include the Morans in this association?
Well,
You don't know?
I don't know.
Probably not.
No, we don't want them there anyway, so basically it'll be my son-in-law and the other people, they've already agreed to it, so.
We are not on the homeowners association.
We know that.
Mr. Cahill put it in the lots that he sold, he put it in their P&S.
It's in their deed.
Duchesne, I specifically asked if he was in the homeowners association, and his response was, not in writing. What, I don't understand what that means, but he said it's not in gold writing. So Mr. Cahill misrepresents his homeowners association.
That's a lie.
Okay, so I think we're getting off base
we're
here.
getting too far into the weeds, I agree.
He does not have enough people in his homeowners association to even cover the maintenance of this road.
Well,
It also says he's supposed to have meetings.
At the moment, I'm treating it as if it's all owned by Mr. Cahill.
And we,
Nothing is to be done on the road without approval of his homeowners association, which he has not done.
I know that.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Hey, we'll move this.
This is what, he doesn't represent things. What he did tell us at one point, a while ago, was we would be getting a letter regarding the road from his attorney, which never happened. And what I said to him point blank at that time, and none of this had even occurred. I said, unless you do some work to this road, Dave, I'm not joining anything. I was very upfront with him of that. So it's been presented to us, why would we not want to join the homeowners association and look like, you know, the fools?
It's got nothing to do with
Whenever-
Okay. We're going to cut this off here because it's getting late and we're going into areas that's out of our jurisdiction. I appreciate your input on it, and we'll take a look at it.
According to everybody we hired, this falls under the jurisdiction, and I will prove that, Brandon.
Okay.
You just, I don't know why, you don't want to accept anybody else's opinions, and I don't know how you can come to the board when they specifically say to you, we want letters to go out to the homeowners association. You come back the next meeting and said, no, I didn't do that. I didn't feel it was necessary. Is it your job to just go override a chair of a board? Is it your position that you can
Okay.
personal opinions over engineers? I don't get it. I didn't realize that was, you know, part of your job to offer opinions, and that is in one of your COMCOM meetings. It is my opinion. Well, I think we're supposed to have proof. When we came, we said there was water coming from the upper road. I think just the fact that these drainage has been put in on the south side proves that that's where the water is coming from.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with that. This has to do from when we first came. We contacted Mr. Cahill. His initial response was ASAP.
Yeah, we need to move on.
We gotta move on here. This
Ma'am,
is,
thank you for your comments.
this is getting late. All right? Thank you.
I think the moral of the story is we'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it, and we'll leave it at that, so no problem.
We're all on the same page.
So, thank you. Appreciate it.
We have to go through this every time I go on my lot, I have to go through this.
All right.
Yeah. So, thank you guys for staying late, appreciate it.
Okay, last thing we got is the Keven property. It's, let me see. Brian Keven, off of Southwest Main Street, donation from 2014. Anything on that?
No, that was about the signs, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I was supposed to check into that with the Open Space Committee, and I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I still need to familiarize myself with properties anyway.
Okay.
Make a motion to put it to next meeting then?
Well, we still got to do minutes.
No, this is just discussion. We don't have to go to the next meeting. I'll just keep going. Minutes, anybody review them?
Next time. And Mr. Benoit is here to tell us that we don't necessarily have to have a quorum of the commission to do the vote. Am I right, Matt?
Correct. Yeah, you don't have to have been in attendance at the meeting to be able to vote on the minutes. You can review the minutes and participate in the vote. That's right.
Okay. Okay, then we'll start with the minutes for, let me see, June 26th. Anybody see any?
If I may.
Yes.
There was also a letter on the agenda from the Open Space Committee involving a portion of land. They were looking for the commission's recommendation.
Oh, yes. The at the end of Caswell, right?
Yes.
I have it on my personal agenda to go walk this property. It looks very interesting, and I've noticed this in the past.
It is really interesting.
Have you been there?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, I really am looking
You just
forward to
can't
going
get
there.
to it.
Well, now we can.
No.
Yeah, we can.
It has no frontage and
Well,
access.
I have access because the abutting property at 33 and 38 Caswell Court has an ANRAD in right now.
Right.
So I can walk right through,
Yes,
across the brook somehow,
yes,
and to over there to a place called Caswell Caves.
correct.
And
But otherwise,
otherwise, there's no access. So, Matt, this is a tax possession?
Yes.
I haven't even been there, but everything I hear about it tells me
it's
that,
fantastic. It's like Purgatory Chasm.
right, you should, I would recommend taking possession of it and even have the Conservation Commission,
Is this a piece of property that was owned by the Masons?
I don't know.
Because they had a piece over there, it was about a 10-acre parcel, and it
Yeah,
had a right-of-way going up to it.
Let me bring it up
And
on
it
the
came
map
off of
for you.
Manchog Road.
Let me bring it up on the map for you. It's right on the Sutton boundary.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, depending on what happens with the NRAD in Caswell Court and what ends up getting submitted to the planning board, there may be an opportunity to extend access to this property.
Exactly.
That would be.
I was going to point that out when it came before us.
Yeah. So this is the property right here. It's right on the Sutton Town line, not far from the Sutton State Forest, but this this property right here is the one with the INRAD in, and I fully expect there to be some kind of a NOI in the future. But, you know, this piece right here, I can't wait to go walk it, to check it out.
Right. Now, there's the road that's right on the Sutton-Douglas line that comes off of North Street. I forget what the name of the road is.
Whitens Road?
Potter Road? No.
Oh, Brown.
Brown. But, yeah, there's a house right at the end of it with no trespassing signs, so I don't think you can use that to get there. But I know that's how I've gotten, that's how I got there.
Okay, it's not the same one I was thinking of. That might be, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
I haven't even been there, but I recommend, like, having it be in the
So what are
in the
they,
name
what
of
are they looking
Conservation
for
Commission.
on this?
What's that?
Were they looking for?
We're looking for a potential vote for town meeting consideration for the town to transfer the property from the Board of Selectmen's possession to the Conservation Commission.
I think that's a great idea.
I fully support it.
I'd be in support of that.
Make a motion?
Sure.
Yeah, make motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a motion for it to be in our name, yes.
Second,
All in favor?
Mark Mangum,
Jim Four and I.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
no question on that.
Okay.
All set? Okay, June 26th meeting minutes?
I have them, but I haven't reviewed them yet.
Okay,
I mean, they got on my stack of stuff last meeting.
all right.
Didn't realize.
So I'd like to ask the members, it's getting pretty late here. You would take the minutes with you, review them, so the next meeting we have, we can get them moved along.
Take them right out of the
Take them
bind.
out of the book and take them home, read them, review them. Then the next meeting,
Okay.
we can move them right along, all right?
I've got them, the first two that are on your list.
There should be 3 of them there. They should be in
I
the
don't
book.
have the August one. I don't. that has-
August 21st, July 17th, and June 26th.
Can I just take them out of the other?
June 21st.
But
June 26th,
July 17, August 21.
that's what I said.
I thought you said, never mind.
if you,
Can I just take them out of the other?
if you want me to review them, I gotta have August, I got, somebody has to give me a copy.
Yep.
Okay. Is it in there?
Take mine, I'm sure I can get another copy.
Well, it might be right there in Katie's book, too.
The August one?
Or take it from somebody else.
That's what I was gonna do.
Good idea.
Okay, so let's go to the mail. Do we have to sign this water level, or are we good with that?
Yeah, I've got the other two.
So I've learned a little bit more about why the water levels in Whiten Reservoir requires because of an order of conditions issued a few years ago. And they're required to send to the commission a reading of the water levels monthly. So it's just something I don't even think you need to put it in the agenda anymore. I think it's just something that they're doing and will be put into the file.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. I think that cleans everything up, right?
I hope so.
I think so.
All right.
Guys would like to keep me out, don't you? Like, keep me out late. I'm usually in bed by 8:30.
Well,
Not when you're here.
No,
Nothing to sign tonight, right?
Yeah.
there's nothing, anything signed?
everything got continued.
Well,
Or there was a-
do we have to sign the last vote we did? Or no, for the selectmen?
I think everything was done.
No, I don't think you have to,
Stuff there.
Yeah.
This is just all my stuff.
yeah, those are our files to bring back to our.
Motion to adjourn?
I second that.
All in favor?
Mark Mungemai?
Jim Farnay.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.